morning to all participants who are joining us today, mainly from Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey in this Info Day organized jointly between PRIMA and the national funding agencies in the three countries. As you may know, if you have joined previous Info Days, this is part of our activities. We organize annually with the national contact points in your countries in order to make visible and to make researchers aware about the content of the annual work program that we launch around this time every year. This year, we were a little early. It was publicly available mid-December, and it was officially launched in mid-January. So the purpose of today's meeting is again to give you more information about the content of this annual work program, how to apply, and of course we will share with you our experience over the past years on how to make and how to increase your chances to have a winning proposal to be submitted for the PRIMA program. As you know, or some of you may know, that PRIMA program is very competitive, and at the end of the long process of submission and evaluation and selection, only those projects that are really top of the top are selected for funding. Before we start, I would like to give you a quick overview about the program and some of the achievements that have been made so far. So we will start with this short presentation. Let's see. Okay. Talking about why PRIMA. I guess some of you, or maybe many of you, have seen this slide in particular, and not only this slide, but also the content of this slide, because this is something that we all live and we all face as scientific community, in particular, probably on a daily basis, talking about the climate change that most of the globe, the entire world is facing and suffering the consequences of that. The population growth, in particular in our region, the Mediterranean area, the scarcity of water as well, among the challenges that we are facing, and among others. Of course, this list has been prepared years ago, but of course, several challenges are still arising. Some of these challenges are becoming more extreme in severity, and some of these challenges are really getting worse, and there has to be something done towards at least finding some solutions in order to cope with these challenges, or at least to ease the effects of these challenges on our societies and communities. So this is why PRIMA has realized that there is a need for the Mediterranean countries to work together in order to hopefully tackle these challenges. So how we tackle these challenges, of course, working individually may have some good results, but definitely working together will have a larger effect and a larger impact. That's why the objectives of this program is to align the national R&I programs, where we all feed in the same pipeline towards the challenges that we have just mentioned, and more, of course, to create this critical mass of scientists that are working together, sharing expertise and sharing resources in order, again, to tackle these challenges. And of course, with that, we can count on the strengthening of the R&I capacities in the region and more. I'm going through this very quickly because I assume that many of you have already heard that, but just to remind us why we are here and why PRIMA exists and why we are continuing. So the main features of the PRIMA program, as you may know, it's under Article 185. It's an initiative between 19 countries starting from the very far west in Morocco, Portugal, Spain, and going all the way towards Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey on the east side of the Mediterranean. What's unique about this program is that it's built on equal footing basis. And when we say equal footing basis, means that all countries have the same chances and have the same responsibilities within this program, all 19 countries. When it comes to funding, when it comes to decision making, when it comes to priorities, when it comes to almost everything. So at the end, all these countries have sat together, have identified the research priorities, have shared their research priorities, and then identified those common priorities that they all can work together on and try to find, again, the solutions to these problems. It's a long-term commitment. We started in 2018. We have launched so far 5 annual work programs, 2 more to go, and then the continuation of the implementation of the selected projects. And at the same time and in parallel, there are huge political and support negotiations for the continuation of this program, not only until 2024 or 2028, but even beyond. So this is again a unique program that exists in the Mediterranean, and so far it has showed a good success in terms of working together and achieving its objectives. As I said, that the countries, 19 countries, have identified their priorities, and then they have selected those that are common between those countries. And then the result was that 3 main thematic areas were selected as the core thematic areas of the PRIMA program, that are water management, farming systems, agri-food, value chain. But of course, in order to be more efficient and to enhance the impact resulting from our scientific research projects, the nexus between the 3 thematic areas, nexus, water, energy, food, environment theme, has been added from the very beginning of the program, so that we can tackle those interactions and entanglements between the themes, and as I said, to end up with more impact and hopefully more solutions for the problems that we are having in the Mediterranean area, which are, by the way, part of the global problems. So hopefully we can, when we tackle these problems here locally, hopefully we can have those solutions go globally, and we expand our effect even at a larger scale. The impact expected is towards the sustainability of our communities, and it goes into the economic impact, socio-economic impacts at the same time. And then we are talking about the environmental impact. Remember the challenges we have mentioned at the very beginning, and all those are being targeted within our research proposals and research projects. Of course, you will hear more about the details of the program structure, but just to give you a quick idea about the structure, that PRIMA has 2 major sections, section 1 and section 2. I forgot to mention that, well, I have mentioned that this is a co-fund, equal footing part is co-funding between all countries, where all participating states have contributed financially to this program. And on top of this contribution, financial contribution from the participating states, the European Commission has also contributed financially to this program. We ended up with around €500 million for the 7 years course of the program, 220 coming from the European Commission, and this money is spent under section 1, as you see here in this slide, while the other part of the funding, which is about €275 million coming from the participating states, is spent under section 2, as you see again in this slide, and it goes as according to the national regulation. You may see that the difference is according to how this money is spent and the source of money between section 1 and section 2. And again, to summarize, section 1 is fully, the funds are fully sourced from the European Commission contribution to the program, and section 2 is from the participating states contribution to the program, and it follows the national regulations, while in section 1 we are following Horizon 2020 rules and regulations for implementation. Now, to go quickly over the achievements of the PRIMA program over the past years. As I said, 4 programs have been launched, evaluated, and results have been announced already, and 1 in the pipeline, the one that we will be talking about today. But now I will talk or give you a quick idea about what has been achieved in the past 4 years. And as you see, the numbers speak for themselves here. To minimize this, okay. We started in 2018, and here we're talking about section 1 mainly. Oh, sorry, go back. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. So I was talking that section 1 in 2018 we started, and 2021 was last year. And then we were able to select and fund 53 projects under section 1. And remember, section 1 is the funds coming from the European Commission contribution to this program, with a budget of around 111 million euros. You may notice here on the right of this screen the success rate, which is not very high. And as I said, it's a very competitive program, but at the end, good proposals and good researchers know how to manage their way around and reach the, at the end, a success stage where they can receive funding from this PRIMA program. Section 2, which is funded mainly from the financial contribution of the participating states here, and we have funded so far 115 projects, more or less around 30 projects per year, with a total budget of 115 million euros. You might notice here that the success rate is a little higher in section 2. Without going into details, but section 2 for PRIMA program is very important, and is in my opinion and the opinion of many PRIMA community members. They rely a lot on section 2 because this is the section where each participating state puts its money, and each participating state is trying to align its national regulation in order to fit with the PRIMA program. And every year, each participating state is trying to enhance its contribution and researchers' contribution and access to this money through simplifying the procedures and through creating better chances for the success of their researchers. That's why probably we are seeing here a greater success rate. Not to forget that, on the other hand, probably the number of submissions for this section probably a little less than section 1, but at the end the success rate is higher. And today, I think towards the end of this info day, you will be having a session for national regulations, how to apply for section 2, and each national contact book and representative of a funding agency will be presenting their national regulations in detail, so that you know better about these regulations and try to avoid any problems during this application process. So all in all, between 2018 and 2021, 168 projects have been funded by PRIMA with a budget of around 226 million euros. The overall success rate is 7.7%, and all participating states have contributed to, or our members have representatives in these projects. What's interesting here also is that there are 1,571 beneficiaries in these projects. That means, remember, we have talked about the critical mass and enhancing the capacity of the research community in the region. And I think this number reflects or gives an indication about the success of achievements towards this objective. So this was about PRIMA in general. Now, let's go to, okay, let's go to each country, because today we have 3 countries participating in this info day mainly. So we start alphabetically with Egypt. And you see here that Egypt is participating in 56 projects of the total projects funded by PRIMA, 168, with a total budget of 9.4 million, 75 beneficiaries. Unfortunately, only 1 coordinator so far, but I know so many researchers in Egypt who are keen on this issue and trying to enhance the capacities and avoid the minor mistakes that they might be facing during the application to become coordinators. That's on the researcher side. And on the funding agency side, I think, I believe actually that the funding agencies have provided some incentives for their researchers to be coordinators and to consider applying as coordinators under Section 2 and under even Section 1 in the PRIMA program. So although that 4 calls have passed already and concluded already, we still have 3, the one that is currently open and 2 more to go. So please, Egyptian researchers, we encourage you to consider this, to apply as coordinators in order to have this, let's say, jump in efficiency in applying to the EU-MED joint projects, and of course to identify the most probably critical and urgent issue and problem that you are facing in your country, and to benefit from the PRIMA program in forming a consortium towards solving this problem that you might be facing in your country, Egypt, but it's also not only limited to Egypt, but also shared between the other countries in the Mediterranean. And this is, again, part of the scope of the PRIMA program, working together on addressing those challenges that we are facing. With a success rate, of course, 6.7%, which is, I think, around the average of the program. Going to Jordan, as we know, probably Jordan population is 1/10 of Egypt's population. So, but we still have some good researchers there in Jordan. At the end, Jordan is participating in 17 projects with a total budget of 2.6 million euros, with 21 beneficiaries. Unfortunately, there are no coordinators, and the success rate is a little lower than the average, which is 3.9%. And the same message here from me, like I did with Egypt. I encourage you to work harder on this program and to consider more seriously applying for this program with all the support that is provided by either PRIMA Secretariat here in Barcelona or the national funding agencies in Jordan, both Higher Council for Science and Technology and Scientific Research Support Fund at the Ministry of the Higher Education. And I'm pleased here to announce, probably I will leave this officially to the representatives of HCST and the Scientific Research Support Fund, but I'm pleased to announce that a couple of weeks ago, we had some good discussions with the Minister of Higher Education in Jordan. I'm talking about myself and Director of PRIMA Secretariat, Mr. Octavi Quintana. And we had also discussions with the Vice President of the Higher Council for Science and Technology and the Secretary General, of course. And the outcomes of both meetings were very positive for PRIMA program and for Jordanian scientific community. details will be announced, as I said, by the representatives, but with the incentives that have been committed and provided by both officials of the two funding agencies are really worth being appreciated and consider being or taking benefit of what have been provided by those officials in Jordan. So please, Jordanian researchers, I really encourage you to benefit from this and to take advantage of this. We go last but not least, of course, to Turkey with 59 projects, 10.3 million, 89 beneficiaries, 5 coordinators, which is a great number. I think Turkey is the highest in number of coordinations among those considered South, not European countries, according to the geographic distribution, South countries. Sorry for that. With the highest number of coordinators and with a good, relatively good success rate in the proposals acquired. So this is it for this quick overview about this PRIMA program. On this slide, you might find my email, but what's most important on this slide is also our socials and, of course, our PRIMA website. The PRIMA website has been totally restructured and redesigned to become more user-friendly and to have more and to be more informative. So I really encourage everybody joining us today to visit our website and to take a few minutes or a few seconds now to go to our socials and follow PRIMA program, because we continuously have valuable announcement, valuable information about activities, about the program, about the goals, about the deadlines, about trainings, about everything that is going on in the PRIMA program. So in that case, you will be the first one to know. So I really, again, encourage you to visit us and to follow us on all our socials, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and even follow our PRIMA YouTube channel. That's it for the presentation. Now I would like to go very quickly over the agenda of today. Let me share again my screen. Okay, here it is. Okay, so after this quick introduction and overview, you will have the morning session, of course. You will have PRIMA calls overview, proposal mission, evaluation, and so on. An important item, which is the main characteristic of a winning proposal, tips and tricks. And as I told you, we are sharing with you our expertise from the previous calls, where some researchers have difficulties, where some researchers, when they apply and when they submit proposals, missed something. So we will share all of that with you, and then how to write a PRIMA Stage 1 pre-proposal. There will be a break because of time difference. In Barcelona, it's at 11, Amman and Egypt 12, in Turkey, it's 1 o'clock. So there will be a 1 hour break, and then after that, there will be an interactive session just to be connected with you and to have you joining actively this program, because we are doing it remotely. Some simple questions that you will be asked to answer, and then followed on by how to write a PRIMA Stage 2 full proposal. The submission is a 2-stage. You will learn about this shortly if you don't already, but you will learn about it in details. Then plan effectively for a good research proposal. Find your project partners, which is also another challenge for many researchers when they are building their consortium. We will tell you how to find your project partners, and then we will conclude with the financial aspects about PRIMA Section 1. After that coffee break, as I said, there will be a dedicated session for each funding agency in all the 3 countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey. So I encourage all researchers to go to split into the 3 different rooms, and we have provided the link for you in order to join the national funding agencies of your country for national regulations. Again, Section 2 is very important. Section 2 is the really true essence of the PRIMA program and this partnership. So take it seriously into consideration and try to work hard in order to get funds from this section, considering that the success rate also is higher in Section 2. I apologize if I took longer than anticipated, but I like to share this information with you at the very beginning. Thanks for joining us today, and I see that we are approaching around 400 participants so far. Hopefully this will increase also. Thanks for your participation, and I wish you all the best of luck. Don't forget to follow us on our social media and to visit our website frequently for more information. Now I will go back to our colleagues in the PRIMA office, and then they will take over on the technical part for the presentations for the remainder of the day. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eda Demir. I'm a project officer at the PRIMA Foundation, and today I'd like to start with giving some information about the strategic research and innovation agenda to give you some background. The call topics are decided each year according to this Syria. In 2017, an online consultation was carried out to identify the most important challenges in the Mediterranean area, and the Syria sets the technical and scientific basis for the PRIMA calls each year. So, as I said, the annual work plans each year are based on this Syria document. To give you some information about the background, the PRIMA program is implemented through a participatory approach involving all 19 PRIMA participating states. Each year, based on the advice given by our scientific advisory committee, the Syria priorities are translated into an annual work plan. The annual work plan describes the calls of that year and is approved by the European Council and then the Board of Trustees, which is the governing body of PRIMA. After the approval of the annual work plan, calls for proposals are launched. Are launched, and the projects which are funded are monitored through the monitoring, evaluation, and learning tool, which we call MEL. The PRIMA program focuses on three main thematic pillars and also a nexus pillar. The first one is management of water, the second one is farming systems, and the third one is agri-food value chain. And as the third one is water, energy, food, and ecosystems nexus. So the nexus is a cross-cutting team and aims for synergies between the other teams. Before going further, I would like to give you an overview about what is Section 1 and Section 2, because this is a point that is confused by many researchers. And when we say Section 1, Section 2, we don't mean Stage 1 and Stage 2. Sometimes this gets confused, so I would like to explain it. The sections are divided according to where the funding comes from, in short. So, Section 1 projects are funded by the PRIMA program, funds allocated from the Horizon 2020, and Section 2 projects are funded by each national funding agency. So when you're submitting a proposal to Section 1, you only have to submit it to PRIMA because only PRIMA funds are involved. But if you're submitting a proposal to Section 2, you have to apply to PRIMA. And depending on the rules of the national agencies, you might have to also apply to your own funding agency. The rules for participation for Section 1 are the same as the Horizon 2020 rules with some derogations. But the rules for Section 2 are national funding agency rules. So the rules for each partner will change according to this. The budget will change, the what kind of institution can be funded will change. So all of this changes according to the rules of the national funding agency. The eligibility check for section 1 is done only by the PRIMA Foundation, PRIMA Secretariat. And for section 2, the eligibility check is first done by the funding agencies and done by the PRIMA Secretariat. For both sections, the scientific evaluation is done by independent panels, which are created by PRIMA. The monitoring for section 1 projects is done by PRIMA Secretariat, and the monitoring for section 2 projects are done both by PRIMA Secretariat and the national funding agencies. For section 1 projects, you will only have to, the beneficiaries will only have to sign a grant agreement with PRIMA because they will get the funding from PRIMA. But for section 2, the beneficiaries will get their funding from their own national funding agencies. So they will not make an agreement with PRIMA, they will make each partner will make an agreement with their own national funding agency. Under section 1, PRIMA funds 3 types of actions: innovation actions, research and innovation actions, and coordination and support actions. And for this year's call under section 2, we are funding research and innovation actions. So I hope it was clear the differences between section 1 and section 2. So when we refer to it, you will know what we mean. To give you an overview of this year's topics, let's start with the water management topics. For section 1, we have the topic sustainable and integrated management of natural and artificial water storages and distribution infrastructures. This is an innovation action, so the technology readiness level should be around 6 to 8. We are expecting to fund 2 projects with a budget of 4.1 million each. For section 2, we have prevent and reduce land and water pollution due to agri-food activities. This is a research and innovation action, so the technology readiness level is lower, it's 3 to 7. And we are expecting to fund projects which have a total budget of more than 1.5 million. But the budget rules depend on the national funding agency, so we can't say we are expecting to fund this many projects. The second topic, farming systems. Under section 1, we have developing integrated soil data for the Mediterranean region, a gateway for sustainable soil management. Again, we're expecting to fund 2 projects. This time it's a research and innovation action, so the TRL is 3 to 5. And under section 2, we have improving the sustainability of agropastoralism in the Mediterranean region under the context of climate change. This is also a research and innovation action, and the TRL is 3 to 7. Again, we are expecting to fund projects with a budget of at least 1.5 million per project. The agri-food value chain topics for section 1 is alternative protein sources for the Mediterranean food value chain, from production, extraction, processing, and marketing to societal acceptance. This is an innovation action with a TRL level of 6 to 8. And again, we are expecting to fund 2 projects with 4.1 million euro budgets each. For the section 2, we have a research and innovation action topic, enabling the transition to healthy and sustainable dietary behavior. The TRL is 3 to 7. And again, we are expecting to fund projects with a budget of at least 1.5 million euros. The last topic is the nexus topic. It's only under section 1, not section 2. It's one of them is an innovation action, predicting and testing options of socio-economic adaptation to declining water, energy, food ecosystem resources in the Mediterranean region. We're expecting to fund 2 projects with a budget of 3 million euros each. And for the CSA, the coordination and support action, we have the topic development of a Mediterranean water, energy, food ecosystem community of practice. We are expecting to fund 1 project with a budget of 2 million euros. In addition to these calls for proposals, we have, last year we started with a call for prizes. Again, this year we will have another call for prizes. The prize is 10,000 euros each, and it will be given to 2. We will give 2 prizes. to excellent research teams who have demonstrated successful implementation of combined management practices of water, energy, food, and ecosystem resources at local or regional level in the Mediterranean area. So if you have some past research, some past projects that you have implemented, you can apply for this prize. The budgets for this year's calls, as I mentioned in my previous presentations, for Section 1 calls, it's 8.2 million euros for under each thematic area, and for the under each thematic area. For Section 2, the funding agencies have committed a combined amount of 37 million euros. So we will fund a project until that 37 million euros is completed. The types of actions funded under these calls, as I said, under Section 1, there are 3 types of actions, and under Section 2, there is research and innovation action. The research and innovation action is an action for collaborative research projects, tackling clearly defined challenges, which can lead to the development of new knowledge or new technology. Innovation actions are more closer to the market activities, which are testing, demonstrating, prototyping, piloting, etc. And coordination and support actions are activities coordinating or supporting research actions and strategies, such as networking and exchange actions. The TRLs I mentioned in my previous slide that we are looking for research and innovation actions, usually it's 3 to 5, sometimes it's 3 to 7. For innovation actions, it's 6 to 8. You can find this information on our website. So if you go to our website, under each call text, you will find what are the TRLs we are looking for each call topic. And when you go to the PRIMA website, you will also find some reference documents, some frequently asked questions that I think would be helpful for you to look at. This is the end of my first part of my presentation, and I have a second part. Everyone can see, right? Okay, great. The second part of my presentation is about the proposal submission and evaluation phase. The rules for participation for PRIMA calls are you need to build a consortium of at least 3 independent legal entities established in 3 different PRIMA participating states. And at least one of them must be established in the EU, and at least one must be established in a non-EU PRIMA country. So you need 3 partners, 1 EU, 1 non-EU, and the third one can be either EU or non-EU country which participates in PRIMA. This is the rule for all of the call topics except for the CSA. For the CSA, you can apply as a single legal entity. As I mentioned, on the PRIMA website, you will find the everything you're looking for, all of the information. So if you're interested in one of the topics I just mentioned, please just go to our website, and there you will see the call topics. And if you click on more info, you will get more information. You can see the call text to see the details of each call topic and to see if it fits with what you want to apply to. After you've decided which topic you want to apply to, after you made up your mind and you prepared your project, you can go to the submit your proposal page and start submitting your proposal. You will see a call text and some submission templates. You have to use the submission templates that we provide. Please do not use the Horizon 2020 submission templates. We have special templates just for PRIMA that you need to use. If you use anything else, your project will not be evaluated. Under each call topic, you will see a call documents and templates section. So you can download anything you need from this section. You can get the guidelines to know about the rules of each call. You can download electronic submission system handbook, which will help you when you're trying to apply to when you're applying to the ANR system, which we use. And as I mentioned, we have the templates that you have to use. We use the ANR platform to receive your submissions. First, the coordinator has to insert his email address and a password, and then he will enter into the system. Then he will write the emails of the other project principal investigators in his project. So a notification will be sent to them, an email will be sent to them, and they can also enter the system. It's usually the coordinator who enters all of the information requested in this ANR submission system. And if you have any trouble with the submission system, there's an electronic submission system handbook that has been prepared with screenshots of each page, which will help you, which will guide you. This is what the submission system looks like. As I said, you click here to add partners. The coordinator goes in first, and he clicks, writes the emails of his partners, and a notification will be sent to his partners. As I said, we have the reference documents page where you will find all of the information that you need. If you're going to apply to a Section 1 project, you will go under Guidance, Section 1. You will download the call text for the topic that you need, read it very carefully. You will also have the guidelines for applications, for applicants, where all of the rules are there. But of course, if there's something missing, please ask us. And on the right, we have the templates and forms that you have to use. Don't use any other template, please. I can't stress this enough. So while you're submitting the proposal, it's best to have a simple checklist like this so you don't make any mistakes. First, be sure that your consortium is eligible, that you have at least one participating state from the EU, one participating state who is not an EU member, and also another third participating state, at least these three. And also, if you're applying to Section 2, please make sure all of your partners are eligible, because some partners cannot be funded by their national funding agencies. Some funding agencies don't fund the private sector, some funding agencies don't fund NGOs. So you have to make sure that all of your partners are eligible to receive funding if you are applying to Section 2. After you verify that your consortium is eligible, you have to assure that you have entered all of the data that is requested by the ANR platform. And afterwards, you have to make sure that you have submitted all of the required documents. For Stage 1, the required documents are the template Part 1, administrative data, and template Part 2, the scientific documents, which we call the pre-proposal. It's maximum 10 pages. If you go over 10 pages, your proposal will, the system will not accept it. And in the Stage 1, we do not ask for a budget Excel or any detailed budget. We just ask for the full cost and the requested funding for each partner. The requested funding is the funding that you are asking from PRIMA if it's a Section 1 project, or from your national funding agency if it's a Section 2 project. And the full cost is the requested funding plus the costs you will provide to the project if there is any. The requested funding and the full cost can be the same, or if you are going to also, your institution is also going to invest some funding into the project, you will add it here in the full cost section. For Stage 2, again, we will ask for the Part 1 administrative data, Part 2 scientific documents, but this time it will be a full proposal, so it will be longer, but it should not exceed 50 pages. And this time we will ask for a detailed budget Excel. You will be able to find this Excel file at the second stage of applications. It's more detailed for each partner. You will have to write the personnel costs, the cost for consumables, for travel, for machinery, etc. This is what the proposal template part 1 looks like. It's administrative data, so you have to write the names of your partners, their institutions. You have to write which call section you are interested in. Is it section 1, section 2? What is the call topic? What's the type of action? Is it a RIA or a IA or a CSA? And you have to write the duration in months. Usually it's 36 to 48 months. And we would like you to write a short abstract, short summary, which clearly explains your project. And the proposal template part 2 is a scientific document which explains your project. In the proposal stage, as I mentioned, it's 10 pages. So we will ask for the excellence and impact, the objectives, the relation to the call topic, the concept and methodology, and expected impacts. And at the second stage, we will ask for a full proposal of 50 pages. So you will have to write a more detailed excellence and impact, and also add implementation, members of the consortium, and ethics and security. After you have submitted your proposal, the evaluation phase begins. First, there's an admissibility check. We look if your projects are admissible. Have you used the right forms and templates? Have you written all of the data that we've asked for in the ANR submission platform? Then we make the eligibility check to see if you are eligible for funding, if all of the partners are eligible. If it's a Section 2 project, we will also ask the funding agency, and they will verify whether the project is eligible or not. After this, there's the panel evaluation. Each proposal is evaluated by 3 experts, and there is a ranking list. Section 1 projects are there's a ranking list for each topic under Section 1 project. So a ranking list for water, a ranking list for farming, and a ranking list for agri-food and nexus. For Section 2, there's a single ranking list because it's a single multi-topic call. And we don't differentiate between farming or agri-food or water. So it can be that there are, I don't know, 10 projects from farming, 2 projects from water, etc. So it doesn't have to be an equal number. After the ranking list is approved and the projects are selected, you start implementing your projects, and we go on to the monitoring phase, which I will not explain here because you will know it when your proposal is successful, hopefully. I mentioned these. Okay. The evaluation criteria. As I said, in the first stage applications, we are only looking at the excellence and impact. I'm not going to read all of this here for time constraints, but you can find all of this information in the guidelines for applicants. You can just go to our website and download it. And as I mentioned, for the first stage, it's excellence and impact. And at the second stage, it's excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. Again, the evaluation criteria. In the first stage, points are given out of 5 for excellence and impact, and the threshold is 4 out of 5. For stage 2, excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation, again, all of them are out of 5 points, and we expect you to get at least 3 out of 5, and also an overall score of 10. For innovation actions, I want to remind you that to determine the ranking, the score for the criterion impact will be given a weight of 1.5. So it's a bit more important than the others for innovation actions. So the call calendar, as we mentioned, the calls this year were launched in 17th of January, and for Section 1 project, you will have until the 15th of March to make your first stage applications. And for the Section 2, you will have until the 22nd of March to make your applications. So if there is a call topic that I mentioned that you are interested in, make sure to go on our website today and download the call text and read it carefully and start your application process. And we have some recommendations. Don't wait until the last minute. The stage 1 proposals are simple. The ANR system is very simple, but it takes a lot of time because you will have to, if you're the coordinator, you will have to go into the system and write the emails of every partner that you have. It takes a lot of time, and if it's the last few days, the system is overwhelmed, so it might be slower. So don't wait until the last minute. Be sure to submit part 1 and all of the other requested documents, not just the scientific documents, but also the administrative part 1 document. And for section 2, this is important. Please check the eligibility criteria for all of your partners. As I mentioned, some of your partners may not be funded by their national funding agency. Some NGOs, some associations, some private sector aren't funded by some of the national funding agencies. So you will have to go to our website and download the national regulations document. You can check whether you are eligible from that document. And if you have more questions, please contact your national contact point at your funding agency. Because if one or more of your partners are ineligible, this will jeopardize the whole project. It might mean that the whole project cannot be funded. So be very careful. Let's say that your project is successful and you are going to be funded. You will have to have a consortium agreement between each partners in the project. So this is an internal agreement. It states what are the jobs, what are the tasks of each partner, and what is the method of what are the method of solving some issues. So it's an internal agreement which we are not a part of. For section 1, you will sign a grant agreement with PRIMA because you will get funding from PRIMA. And for section 2, each partner will sign a grant agreement with his or her national funding body, not with PRIMA. I mentioned that we have a website that you should check out. There is a finding partners tool there, which I will mention in my next presentation afterwards, not now. But there's also a register as an evaluator section, which I recommend that you do. If you are not going to apply to a call, this year's call, you can apply to become an evaluator. If you are going to apply to the call, of course, you cannot be an evaluator due to conflict of interest. But let's say that you you're not interested in the topics and you don't want to propose a project this year, you can still take part in PRIMA as an evaluator. So go and register, upload your CV, and maybe we will ask you to come to our panels. This was my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please write it in the Q&A box.
So my name is Marco Orlando. I am the project officer responsible for the water management thematic area, namely for the section 1 call, in case you need some information on that call. And the next presentation that I'm going to deliver is entitled Main Characteristics of Winning Proposals, Tips and Tricks. Well, you know very well that, well, you've heard some numbers from the deputy director at the very beginning. You know that the program is a big program, yes, but the amount of proposals that you receive every year is very big as well. So it's a very competitive program. It's not easy to always win a grant. But of course, if you follow the some steps and you take care of all the sections of the application, if you try and build a good consortium, you are multiplying the chances of getting funded. Okay, so as you can see here, these are the contents of the presentation. There will be a brief introduction. I will be outlining some requirements for drafting a good proposal, and then some general advice at the end of the presentation. So I know that most of you are working in research. So of course, most of you know already what is the definition of a research project, what are the activities that you carry out in a research project. However, it's always good to start from the very basics. Why? Because sometimes we realize that we receive some good applications, but they forgot something, they overlooked an aspect, like for example, the ones that you see at the very top of this slide. So starting from the research project definition that you can find in any standard project management manual. Of course, a project is a series of activities. This is the easiest thing to remember, aimed at achieving specific objectives and results through deliverables and outcomes within a defined time period and using defined budget and resources. Now, of course, some words are in bold, where we have highlighted them, because sometimes, as I said before, yeah, of course, it's very clear what the activities that are highlighted in the proposals that you receive are, but for example, the objectives are not well, they're vague, they're not well understandable by the evaluators. It's not really defined how the activities will reach the objectives within the time available. That could be of 36 months, 48 months, and so on. Or maybe the budget and the resources are overestimated for what the project has to do. Okay, so when you are developing your proposal, of course, make sure that these pillars, these very important aspects of the proposals are well defined and are logical, okay? So, of course, the problem statement, the identification of the problem or the need that your project will tackle is what you do at the very beginning of the proposal drafting, and also what the evaluator will see first in the proposal itself, because now we're kind of doing a simplification. We are focusing on the building blocks of your proposal, but then later, when myself and my colleagues will present the structure of the proposal template, you will see that this simplified version, okay, these pillars that I'm mentioning now are basically presented in a bit more of a more complex and elaborate way in the proposals, okay? So you start with the problems, the needs to be addressed, and any opportunity that may arise in the process of addressing these problems. Another important element is identifying the people or the sectors of society, the economy, that will benefit from the results of your project. What we call stakeholders, target groups, users, and so on. And if you're not familiar with this terminology, don't worry, because today we are going to have several presentations and we are going to define what stakeholders are, target groups, and users are. Since we are starting now, for the sake of simplification, what we can say is that these categories are those who will benefit from the results of the project, directly or indirectly. Now, coordination and management and reporting arrangements, of course, that is what we call the boring part of the projects, because all of you are probably more interested in science, okay, in going to the field, in going to the lab and so on. But of course, if you want to convince PRIMA, the funder, that your project will be a success, you also have to demonstrate that you have sound coordination management arrangements, that your consortium is strong, and you have a plan to manage risks and maybe issues that may arise from any point of view, okay? Of course, it's also good to have good reporting arrangements already defined at the very beginning. You know that you will have some people within the consortium who will support all the reporting, technical and financial to the funders, be it PRIMA or be it the funding agencies. And of course, you have to highlight the expected results, the monitoring of the project, okay? How you track the progress, the advancement of the project towards the achievement of the objectives and the results. And something that is very appreciated is information on how you can guarantee that the results of your projects are sustainable even beyond the end of the project. What is the heritage of your project? Is there something tangible that will remain, as I said before, to stakeholders, to target groups, to the economy, to the environment, okay? So these are the very building blocks of the project. Now, of course, as the title says here, everything is in the project idea. You may have an excellent idea, you may submit a proposal, you may be confident that you will get as close as possible to getting funded. However, you have to think about how you present your proposal. Okay, there are even here some small things that are important that sometimes we see that they are overlooked in the proposals. Okay, sometimes, for example, when you have to present the project, any part of the project. Okay, so the results, the objective, the methodology, and so on, you should use a language which is comprehensive, but it's not over complex. Okay, it's not complicated. You shouldn't necessarily use a lot of acronyms and abbreviations that sometimes may be difficult to understand. And sometimes what we see is that proposals, to stress a concept, to make it more evident, they repeat it a lot of times. Now, yes, these are very small tips that we're giving you, but it's very important that you focus on how you present your idea. If it's good, but it's not well presented, you are not making a good impression on the evaluator. And of course, you have to think what we are sharing with you today are some insights from the perspective of who carries out the evaluation. Okay, think that an evaluator receives normally at the first stage 12 to 20 proposals to assess, to review. Okay, so if you make easier the life of the evaluator, if you present your project well, if you take care of the small things, of course you're making a good impression. Okay, this is not obviously subject to scoring. You will not get a score for your project if the how you wrote it, or for the language, but of course the presentation is very important. And don't think that since an evaluator is an expert, is a person who understands the scientific jargon, he or she will necessarily appreciate complexity. So the more you present the idea in a simple yet comprehensive way, the more you're getting the appreciation of the experts, the evaluators. Another important thing is that you may have an excellent idea, okay, but it's not aligned to the expectations of the funder, to the main characteristics and objectives of the call. So make sure that when you're drafting your proposal, you're highlighting these aspects, okay? How your proposal is aligned to the expected impacts, to the objective of the call. This is another important aspect, okay? And again, for the presentation of the idea, as Eda said before, it's important that you download the templates from the PRIMA website and use those. Please don't send presentations in PowerPoint, Word documents. Just use the official templates, otherwise the project will not be deemed ineligible or inadmissible. Okay, so make sure that you're familiar with how to use the official templates. Today we're going to share some information also on this aspect. Now, just something very interesting. We wanted to show you the how it happens, the proposal reading sequence, the evaluation sequence from the perspective of the evaluator, and how it works, the proposal drafting sequence. That is what you are going to do, okay? So as you see here, normally the evaluator, when he or she receives the proposal, the starting point is reading the abstract. The abstract, as you know, is a one-page synthesis, concise summary of your project, okay? And yet, even if it's not evaluated per se, it doesn't get a score. The abstract is very important because the evaluator will immediately understand from it the items that you see here in this sequence, the introduction, the objectives, what are the problems that will be addressed and how, that is the methodology, what is the impact and if it's sustainable, and then some information on the activities, work packages, and expected deliverables, okay? Even here, if you see some word that you do not understand, like work packages or deliverables, don't worry, because later we are going to go a bit more in detail and we are going to clarify what is the meaning of this terminology. However, this is, well, of course, there's the budget table for full proposals. But what you see here should be very concisely explained in the abstract, apart from being part of the proposal. Okay, you should concisely have all of these items in the abstract, because especially when evaluators receive a big number of proposals to assess, having a very abstract yet concise, helps them also differentiate the proposals and understand what are the merits and what are the, for example, the novelty of a specific proposal, how one proposal is different from the rest of the proposals that are being evaluated. So don't overestimate the importance of the abstract. It's like your business card that you are handing to a person when you're knowing this person for the first time. And this is why we were showing you the importance of the abstract, because when you are drafting the proposal, you write the abstract at the very end, okay? When you have already developed all the items, all the elements that I mentioned before, the problem, the needs, the relevance of the projects to the specific goal in which you're interested, the objectives, the research plan, which also is related to the work activities, the work packages, and the budget. So make sure that you only write the abstract, the synthesis, the presentation of your project, when you have really clear in your mind what the proposal will be about and all these aspects, okay? The abstract, for you to know, is normally about 1 page long. When you are submitting your proposal, in fact, you have to write an abstract in the when you are filling out the fields on the online submission platform, and this abstract is later used to create a booklet, okay, that we send to the evaluators so that they can have all concise information, all the most relevant information on the projects in a concise form. So don't overlook this aspect. Sorry. What I have to say that the proposal preparation cycle, the proposal drafting, it's not really a linear sequence. Sometimes, in fact, you can go back to the activities, the objectives, the research plan, and so on. So you can modify these elements after you have defined the first draft. And this normally happens because you receive some feedback from partners and they change a bit your initial idea. So it's a process which requires that you sometimes go back and define in a better way or change part of the proposal, be it the abstract, the activities, the budget, and so on. Now, some other tips that may seem stupid, but they're not. They're very important, in fact, because they form part of the how you present the proposal and how you craft it in a way that makes it more appealing and more well elaborated. Okay, so you can see here some of them. I will make some comments on each of these aspects. We start obviously from the title and the acronym. Again, this is a small thing that is important. Okay, the abstract, we mentioned already the importance of it. The novelty of the idea and the clarity of the goals and the methodology. The deliverables and objectives should be SMART. Also, the word SMART is can be found in most project management manuals, and some of you probably know what SMART stands for. The alignment to the goal, the logical connection between all the activities, okay, because sometimes we also have this comment from the evaluators. They say, okay, the project is interested, but it's not really understandable how all the work activities are connected between them, how the work that is done, for example, in the first part of the project will feed into the second phase of the project. It's not understandable how the data collection, for example, that is done in different countries, how the data will be harmonized. So you have to think of the project as a body, okay? All the organs, they are connected and they permit that the whole system works, okay? Think about the proposal holistically, okay? Because it's like a whole system where every organ has to be connected, okay? Now, it's important also that you have good coordination and a strong consortium that builds on the different expertise and the strengths of the consortium. And the budget, of course, has to be reasonable and well justified, because it's part of the evaluation, okay? So don't focus just on the scientific aspects, and then you go to the budget and you say, okay, let's take 150,000 euros per partners. No, because it has to be in line with the amount of work that is done by each and every partner, okay? Now, some examples, okay? We start from the title and the acronym. We can see here on the screen some examples of a good title and of a bad title. Why? Look at the first one, for example, protecting crops via biocontrol agents in organic agriculture. Why is it good? Because it's a brief sentence, just a few words, but it gives you exactly an understanding of what is the main activity, the main objective of the project, that is the protection of crops, how they are going to do it, they're going to use biocontrol agents, and what is the sector in which they will be working, that is organic agriculture. So this is a good example of a title. Look at the other ones, for example, effects of fertilizers on crops. Very general, we don't know anything about the project. Or impact of global warming on management of water resources. Of course, we know that the global warming is impacting water systems, but what is the project going to do about it? So no information at all. And the third one, I don't think we have to read it because it seems more like the title of a scientific publication than the title of a project. Okay, so go straight to the point, try to find a few words to explain the main objective, how you're going to do it, and what are the results of the project. So this is normally the funniest, the nicest part of the proposal application, when you can obviously brainstorm with your partners, with your colleagues to create a nice title and a nice acronym. And remember that the key to make also a good impression on the evaluators is to summarize, with a few words, the objectives and the results and how you're going to do it. But you can take keywords from the call itself. So you look at the call for proposals, you read the text, you highlight the keywords, and you transfer them in your title, okay? Obviously reflecting what the contents of the project will be. And later, Mohamed will be explaining how to read well and interpret the call text. Again, be short, be clear. We don't need a title of 60 words, okay? And when you draft, when you are trying to come up with an acronym, okay, that is the abbreviation of the title, try and have one which is easy to pronounce and easy to remember. I still have nightmares, I can say, when I try to remember the names of the acronyms of some projects in which you have like 15 letters, and most of them are consonants. So it should be easy to pronounce and easy to remember. And also, again, you're not writing the title of a scientific publication, so no need to have jargon, details, and so on. Some examples here of nice acronyms, like, for example, the project MedSpring, which basically MED stands for Mediterranean, and then you have Science, Policy, Research, Innovation, Gateway, abbreviated by the word spring. Okay, so try and be creative, because that is also nice to have a nice acronym. The abstract, I will not spend a lot of time here. I already said that it's not scored, it's not evaluated, but it's a one-pager, and you have like 60 seconds or 120 seconds, 1 or 2 minutes. This is the reading time of the evaluator to make a good impression on it. So highlight the problem and what is the added value of your project, okay? Then the importance of the objectives. When you draft a proposal, you will see that this has to be explained at the very beginning. You have general objectives and specific objectives. This different types of objectives. I will explain what is the difference, but in all proposals, there is this scheme, okay? Before you explain the general objectives, of course, you may say, for example, that your project wants to contribute to addressing water scarcity in the Mediterranean, but of course, then you have to say more detail how you're going to do it and what are the specific ones. So you can make a list of specific objectives that have to be focused and brief, and most important, limited in scope. So you have to convince the evaluator that they are realistic, they can be achieved. When you come up with a list of specific objectives, you can use bullet points. You can, for example, list specific objective number 1, number 2, number 3, and make sure that you're also highlighting how they are connected between themselves. Okay. I said already, try to be realistic. Think of your budget, think of your capacity, think of the time, think of the expertise available in the consortium, and don't overestimate. Don't promise the moon, as sometimes we say, because sometimes the evaluator will say, yes, it's very interesting that they are promising that they will reach all of these objectives, but we don't think it's realistic. So it's better to be focused and realistic. You can use indicators and targets also to explain how you will be reaching these objectives, and you are going to track the progress towards their achievement. I mentioned already that the objectives should be SMART. Again, this is an acronym which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. And I already gave some comments on these aspects. So try to really make the evaluator understand that you had a good reasoning about what the objectives are. And of course, based on the time, the resources, the expertise that you have available, you will manage by the end of the project to reach them. Project goal alignment, I anticipated this is important as well. You have to convince the funder that you care about the priorities of the funder. So make sure you spend some time reading the guidelines and the template as well. Read and analyze the call text, extract the keywords, and build your first idea, and then the rest of the proposal around the keywords. Again, Mohamed is going to give you some tips on that, how to analyze the call text. Also, make sure that you brainstorm with the other partners, because it's not unusual that everyone interprets the call text and the call objectives and the keywords in a different way. Sometimes it happens that we select some projects, okay, and when they start the project, during the first meeting, they still have a lot of doubts how to do things. And this is normal, especially now that we are teleworking and connections are more virtual. But make sure that you have that you debate with your partners, and you make sure that you have the same vision for the idea, for the proposal idea. When you have started, you've come up with a first idea, you can prepare a project brief that is normally 1 page long or 2 pages long, and you can circulate it to your colleagues in your department to get their feedback, or you can send it directly to the project partners, so that slowly this first initial idea, this first project brief of 1 page or 2 pages, it will turn into a more elaborate, a longer proposal, a draft version, and then you will take your time to finalize it. Of course, getting feedback to adjust your proposal and fine-tune it is important. So even if you have a friend or a colleague that works in your department, maybe he's not involved in the proposal, but don't be afraid. Share it with him and get some external feedback, because it's always useful to get perspectives from other colleagues. It can really help you fine-tune the proposal. Now, of course, to make a good impression of the on the evaluator, you have to show that you have a good consortium. If you manage to have a very diverse consortium with partners coming from academia, industry, from the private sector, namely from large or small enterprises, but also from NGOs and non-governmental organizations, this is normally considered a plus. Because, yeah, of course, it's not like a shopping list. It's not an obligation to have partners from all of these sectors. You don't have to do it just because. You have to justify the value of each partner and the role of each partner. But the more you have this complementarity, this diverse types of, it's important to have also links with stakeholders. So when you're drafting the proposal, make sure that you build some synergies with some, I don't know, farmers association, ministries. Maybe they're not going to be in the project, but they will participate in dissemination events, validation activities, testing activities, workshops, and so on. Okay. So it's also good to have, some people with good experience. So if you find people who already worked in Horizon 2020 or international project, it's going to be great because you can benefit from their experience. And of course, it's not that newcomers are not welcome, but if you can have in your consortium some partners with experience, that's great. Okay, and that's going to make a good impression on the evaluator. You will also build on synergies with other projects and so on. When possible, try to have good geographical coverage, that is several countries from the north and from the south of the Mediterranean, so that the results of your project can have more impact in the region. And for how to find partners, later we are going to have a session on this, a presentation on this. Of course, you can use the PRIMA website. We have a specific section, and later we will be showcasing how to use it. So one last slide. Make sure, as Eda said as well, that you don't wait until the last minute. As soon as the submission platform is open, 1 month before the deadline, start updating the information. Make sure that you have your partner's contact details up to date. Sometimes you need to make a quick phone call to get some information from a partner, but you don't have his phone numbers. So start with this checklist, okay? So that you make sure that you are really well prepared, not only to define the content of the proposal, but also in case you need to timely communicate with your partners. When you are filling out the fields in the proposal or online, only provide, please, the information that is requested, because if you don't provide relevant information, you're complicating your life and also the life of PRIMA and the evaluator for the evaluation process and admissibility check and so on. And as Omar said, please make sure that you check from time to time the website, because there we publish a lot of information and updates on the calls, on the activities. Think, for example, when the pandemic started, we immediately published information on the submission deadline postponement. So make sure you have a checklist and you are tackling all these aspects in the preparation of the proposal. So that was my last slide, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marco, for this very fruitful presentation. Good morning, Merhaba, Sabah al-Khair. I am Mohamed Wagheih. I'm the PRIMA Project Officer for the agri-food value chain. And in the next minutes, I'm going to present to you more specific about how to apply to PRIMA, or what is the main structure of the PRIMA proposal in the first stage. And then we will have the break, and afternoon, my colleague Mark will present the second stage submission. So without any further ado, because we have a break to catch, so let's go to the structure of the presentation that I'm going to present and share with you the different guidelines and different types of documents on the PRIMA website that you can access. And what is very important is how to read the PRIMA topic, because this is the starting point, is to make sure that you and your team understand well the scope and objectives of the PRIMA topic. And then we will talk about the main sections of the part 1, or the administrative data that you need to fill on the electronic submission system, as well as on the document. And last but not least, the PIFI part of the application, which is the application itself, or the part 2, the pre-proposal, the technical details of your product. So let's start with the different types of documents and guidelines that we publish on the PRIMA website, and what is the aim of each one of these. So if you go to the PRIMA website, you can download what we call it the annual work plan. This is the mandate and the reference document for the call for this year, for instance, for 2022, where you can find the core reference, the official announcement of the topics, the PRIMA introduction, as Omar mentioned in the morning, the structure of the call, the topics, the funding, and the types of the action, and a set of annexes. In addition, we developed this guideline for the applicants, so it can guide the applicants as partners or as coordinators on how to apply the eligibility and admissibility criteria, as already Eda mentioned in her presentation, the evaluation criteria for RIA or EA or the CSA actions, and the main sections, or the pre and the full proposal. We have another set of documents, such as the call text. You can access this and downloaded it from the PRIMA website, where you can find the scientific description of each topic, the challenges behind this topic, the scope, and the expected impact that we are looking for the projects to achieve. And as mentioned by Eda in the morning, that we developed as well this electronic submission system handbook that can guide you as a partner or as a coordinator, but mainly as a coordinator, on how to build your project or to initiate your project on the electronic submission system, to add or delete a partner, to add their contacts, and most important, to do the submission at the deadline. There is no button called submit on the electronic submission system, but it is going to be automatically submitted at the same date and time of the deadline. Okay. And once the deadline is passed, you will receive a notification automatically by the system saying that, yes, your project has been successfully uploaded or submitted. If you didn't make it, so it will alert you that unfortunately you didn't submit your application. Last but not least, we have the national regulations published on the PRIMA website, and this is mainly for the Section 2 projects. It is essential if you are going to go for a Section 2 as a partner or as a coordinator, you need to check your country regulations as published on the PRIMA website. This is very important. And we keep highlighting that it is essential, especially for Section 2, if you are a partner or a coordinator, please make sure that you communicate and discuss your project and your eligibility with the national contact point. On the PRIMA website, you can find the full list of all NCPs with their emails and mobiles, and please make sure to communicate with them. Finally, which is the document itself, or what you are going to submit. So we have the part 1, which is the admin part and the first stage. For the first stage and for the second stage, we have part 2, or the scientific document itself. We have part 2 template for first stage and part 2 template for the second stage, and the detailed budget sheet for stage 2 only. So on the first stage, we will not ask you for the detailed budget of your project, but just on the electronic submission system, you will put the overall budget of your partners and the overall budget of your project. But on the second stage, you will have this third document, which is the detailed budget sheet. You can see that for part 1 and part 2, it's identical for Section 1 and for Section 2, but for the detailed budget, during the second stage, we have a specific budget template for Section 1 and another one for Section 2. So let's start talking about how to analyze or to read the PRIMA topic. This is very important because from the title itself, it can give you some indication about what the PRIMA call are looking for. So in order to be neutral, so we cannot do this exercise on the topics of the 2022. So we tried to do this on a previous topic and try to analyze it and read it together. So the first part in such topic is, which is the title itself. So you can see that it is an EA, topic 1.3.1, implementation of analytical tools and digital technology to achieve traceability, authenticity control of traditional Mediterranean food. This is an old topic. Please don't be confused. This topic was published on 2019, not related to the topics of this year, but just we give this as an example. So from even this 2 character, like it is an innovation action. So this gives me an indication that PRIMA, they are talking or looking for a high TRL. So perhaps the engagement of the stakeholders and the private sector is essential for such a topic. This is the numbering system that we have in PRIMA. The first digit you always stand for the section. So this means that this is a Section 1. The second digit it's for the thematic area. So this is the order of the theme that we have: water, farming, agri-food, and nexus. So this is Section 1, agri-food topic, and this is the topic number 1. And then the analytical tool and digital technology, maybe this is the applied solution that the PRIMA is looking for in order to solve the issues of the traceability and authenticity for the traditional Mediterranean food. So even from the title, it gives me some feedback about what PRIMA is looking for. The classic structure of any PRIMA topic, which is you can find the challenges, the scope, and the expected impact. So let's get some examples here, like for this numbering. So if you see that it is 2.2.2, so the first digit, it stands for the section. So this is Section 2. It is a farming, and it is the second topic. Another example, like 1.4.1. So this means that this is a Section 1. It is a nexus, and it is the first topic. Just to give you an example. So let's start with the first section in any PRIMA topic for Section 1 or Section 2, RIA or EA, that the challenges. So we are sharing with the applicants that what are the problems on the region that we are looking for projects in order to solve these issues. So the first part, it's the challenges. Here I put in bold some maybe keywords that can help you to understand the challenges that we are talking about, as well as Mark already mentioned in the previous presentation, you can use some keywords on the call text itself for drafting your proposal and to find the acronym and the title of your project. So here they are talking about the Mediterranean traditional food. It covered the animal breeds and plant varieties. And here in red, you can see like this is the persona or the identity of the call text for this for that year and others. Then what is important, or the second part of any call topic, which is the scope of this call. So here they are looking for analytical tools and technologies, report certification and control bodies, building the capacities of key enabling technologies, and optimizing the pre-existing databases and networks. And the last part, which is the impact of this topic. So just an example, improving the confidence of the consumers, improving the accessibility to the food traceability and safety, increasing the added value of the Mediterranean food products, and so on. We strongly advise all applicants to go to the PRIMA YouTube channel and the social media. You can see the presentation or the recorded video that we have during the PRIMA Info Day and launching the call on the 18th of January 2022, because each project officer analyzed his topic or her topic, and we presented it in details. So nobody better than the project officer understand what we are expecting from this. So you go for sure to the PRIMA website, you download the call text itself, and you read it with your team. But also we encourage you to go to these presentations on the PRIMA website and to check the YouTube channel to watch the detailed presentation of each topic, just to make sure that, yes, we fully understand the topic of PRIMA for this year, for the water, for instance, for section 1, and we can start drafting and building and contacting our networks and so on. So this is very important. Then let's go to the document itself. So as I said in the beginning, that for the submission on the first stage, you have part 1 and part 2. So part 1, during the first stage, this is the pre-proposal or the pre-proposal stage, and during the second stage, it is for sure for the full application. So for the first stage, you have a deadline and you have administrative data that you need to fill on the system directly online, and you need to go as well to the PRIMA website. Under the reference documents, you can download part 1 administrative data. You can download it. It's a template. You fill it. There is no page limit, and then you transfer it into a PDF. You uploaded it to the system before the deadline. This is one of the common mistakes that some coordinators, they mainly focus on the full proposal, or sorry, on the application itself or the scientific document, which is part 2. And sometimes they forgot to put the part 1. So please, this is very important because this is part of the admissibility check that we are going to do. During the second stage or the full application, again, you will have the online forms that you are going to fill it directly, the administrative and financial data of your partners and the full amount of your project online. Again, go to the PRIMA website, download part 1 for the second stage. It's a document, you fill it, and then transfer it to a PDF, and you uploaded it to the electronic system. These are briefly the main sections of part 1 for the document: administrative data of the participating organizations, like your consortium members, the general information about your project, ethical issues table, and the call specific questions. Very important here that between the first stage and the second stage, there is no modification are allowed on the composition or the structure of the consortium. Like you cannot change a partner, you cannot change the coordinator, you cannot change a PI from a partner organization. You cannot change the budget of your project or the scientific objectives of your proposal. With only a single exception for section 2, sometimes the national funding agencies may request some modification, like you request a budget higher than the budget ceiling. So, okay, they accepted it under condition, but you need to revisit or revise your budget. So unless it is clearly requested by the national funding agency, and this is going to be mentioned clearly to the coordinator in the invitation email for the second stage, you are not allowed to change from the first stage to the second stage. This is the document briefly about the part 1. So you have the title of the project, the acronym, and already my colleague Marco presented in the previous presentation, how to draft or to brainstorm and play with the word and puzzle it with your team in order to have something catchy. Just here highlighted in red that the submission system is going to be active 1 month before the deadline. So for the first stage, the deadline, it is the mid of March. So if you go now to the PRIMA website, you will see that it is inactive, the submission button. Why? Because it's going to be active on mid of February. The same as well for section 2. The deadline is 22 of March. So it is going to be active on the PRIMA website on the 22nd of February. This is very important. And then you have brief description inside the part 1 about the keywords of your project, the total or 48 and so on. And as Marco mentioned, the abstract. This is the first interaction between your project with the PRIMA Project Officer as well as with the independent assessor. So it is very important to keep revising your abstract till the last moment, because sometimes you drafted it in the beginning and then you may need to revisit and enhance it later. So this is very important. So now let's start with the actual work, which is the scientific document itself, or what we are going to evaluate at the end. We are going to share this application with, or your pre-proposal during the first stage, with 3 independent assessors. So each project is going to be evaluated at least by 3 assessors remotely. And then we have this panel evaluation meeting with all of them. We put like 20 or 25 experts in a single room for 2 days or 1 day in order to discuss project per project, in order to select and to have the final shortlist to be invited to the second stage. So during the pre-proposal or the first stage, we are asking you to submit single document, or the part 2, which is maximum 10 pages. As Eda mentioned in the morning, that if you try to submit something more than 10 pages, the system is smart enough to reject it, and it will alert you that you exceed the page limit. So please consider this. So to access the template, you go to the PRIMA website under the reference document, and then you download the pre-proposal or the part 2 pre-proposal for the first stage, which is identical for any section 1 or section 2 for RIA or E actions, except the CSA, because as we mentioned in the morning, that all PRIMA topics for this year, it's 2-stage submission. So you submit the first stage, the pre-proposal, and then the second, the full application, except the CSA, because the CSA, it is a single stage submission. So you submit the full application at once, and you can have, or you can access the CSA template as well from the PRIMA website. Just to recapitulate what we presented in the morning, because sometimes we have different classifications in PRIMA. So I think you are now familiar that we have section 1 and section 2 projects, and we have 4 different thematic areas, and we have different types of action, like research innovation action or innovation action or the CSA. So for any topic, we used to combine all these terminologies together, like we have an innovation action topic under section 1, and it is nexus, for instance. Sorry. Okay. So for section 1, we have RIA or E actions and the CSA as well. For section 2, all topics, and this year we have 3 topics under section 2. All of them are research and innovation action, as our colleague Eda mentioned in the morning. So let's present the different sections under the pre-proposal as well as the full application. So during the first stage, as I said, that you will have 10 pages to submit to the PRIMA. Okay, so you have 2 points to address: the excellence part and the impact. And under the excellence, you have 4 points to address. In the next slides, I'm going to present, and we will go through each one of these in details and how to draft it. And you have a single point under the impact, which is the expected impact. And then during the second stage, if your product will be selected and shortlisted, and you are invited now to the second stage, so you will have the first part, which is the excellence. You can revisit again and enhance it and add maybe more details. you will have as well the impact part with one additional point, which is 2.2, how to measure in order the impact of your project and to maximize it. And you will have 3 other extra sections or parts, which is the quality and efficiency of your implementation plan, such as the work plan, the budget, the management structure, the work packages, the list of deliverables, the list of milestones, the risks, and so on. And then you have the members of your consortium briefly present the structure of your consortium, who are from the private sector, from the public sector, the role and the participation and the engagement of different partners, and if there is any third party included in your project. And last but not least, the ethical issues in case you have something, and the security issue. One of the common mistakes that some applicants prefer not to mention any ethical issues. So let's avoid it. No, if your project is gonna to raise some ethical issues, it's very important to highlight this to the assessor and to address these ethical issues, like how we are gonna to address ethical issues if it's gonna to appear. Because if your project is gonna to raise some ethical issues and you didn't mention it, because consider that we used to invite a very top-notch experts and evaluators to this evaluation process, so they will realize that no, this project should have a potential ethical issues, and they didn't highlight it, so it's going to be negatively evaluated during the assessment. In the first stage, you have only 10 pages. In the second, you will have 50 pages. Okay. So let's focus for now for the first stage, and my colleague Marco, after the lunch break, he will address the second stage submission. So as we said that in the pre-proposal section, we have the title of your project and the acronym, and this you can refer to the tips and tricks as my colleagues already mentioned in the previous presentation. You have a table or the list of your partners, you will put it, and let's go to the real part, which is the document itself or the scientific content. So you will have the first section or the first part, which is the excellence part, and you will have the impact part. Under the excellence, you have 4 points. The first one of them, which is the overall and the specific objectives of your project. So let's take it one by one. So under the excellence part, inside the pre-proposal, the first stage, you have to mention the overall and specific objectives of your project. So as already mentioned previously by my colleague Marco, it has to be SMART objectives, like it has to be specific, so it is related and relevant to the topics of this year that you are going to apply for. It has to be measurable, and this is something, one of the common mistakes that sometimes we mention we are going to do this and that without putting some indicators or parameters, how we are going to measure the success. It has to be achievable, so it has to be something that you can achieve within your consortium, within this budget and resources. It has to be realistic, because for sure we are not expecting that with a single project you are going to face the water insecurity, for instance, or deficiency in the region. But we have to be logic and realistic, and the timing you can use, but these are some recommendations from our side. You can use maybe bullet points. You can use maybe some abbreviation like SO1 stands for specific objective 1 or specific objective 2 and so on, in order to summarize the overall and specific objective. Because remember, in the first stage you only have 10 pages, so instead of like keep mentioning like specific objective 1 and the full title of this specific objective throughout the 10 pages, you can just in the beginning put specific objective SO1, mention the title or what is specific objective 1, and then throughout the document you can just refer to SO1 or SO2 and so on. It's important to be precise and to be very specific, so please avoid the too ambitious or the overestimation, because what we saw sometimes that some projects, they promise more than that they can capable to achieve within this budget and within this timing. So it's very important to be realistic to the achievements and the number of outputs and outcome that we are going to achieve at the end. Read carefully the call text and reflect what is already written inside it. This is very important, and that's why we put in the beginning of this presentation how to analyze and to read the call of PRIMA or the call topic. Avoid the narrative description, the implementation steps, and this blah blah blah, because first, this is not a scientific publication, it is a proposal. Second, during the first stage, you only have 10 pages. So you need to use it very wisely. So don't waste the pages and the space just to mention that, like the details and so on of your implementation actions, because during the second stage, you will have enough spaces to elaborate this more under the third point, which is the implementation. So this is very important. Please consider this, because sometimes we receive a very good and promising ideas, very potential impact, but unfortunately they devoted, let's say, 9.5 pages for the details of the implementation. We are going to do this and that, and the scientific publication and so on, and they ignore the other parts of the application. So this is very important. You need to define as well the size or the geographical coverage, especially if we are talking about living lab or demo sites and so on. So you need to mention where you are going to install these demo sites and what are the characteristics of those demo sites, like why you selected those, and what would be the demands of the stakeholders and the target groups in these sites, and how your product are going to improve their quality of life or production channels and so on. And you can mention the main deliverables. Imagine that in your product, you are going to have 50 deliverables, like reports, publications, and all these things. In the first stage, because of the limitation of the space, maybe you need just to focus on the top, let's say 6 or 10 main deliverables, like certain platforms or main products and 3 demo sites and so on. So this is very important. The second point under the first part, which is 1.2, the relation between your product, which is very interesting and brilliant idea, and the core topic. Again, this highlights the importance of reading and reflect what is written inside the core text, and to highlight how your product are going to address the challenges and the scope as mentioned in the core text. And the second point, that's why we highlighted it in blue here, that this is one of the common mistakes. Please consider and remember that the core text and the topic for this year, it is not a standalone. It's belonging to a program called the PRIMA, which is funded by the funding agencies and the European Commission. So it is very important not just to read the core text itself, but also you need to go to the PRIMA Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. You can download it from the PRIMA website, so you can see that which priority area that this topic belonging to, and what are the predefined KPIs in the PRIMA program. So you make sure that your product is going to be aligned to the topic of water or farming, whatever, plus to the PRIMA Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. This is enough? No, because you will go one step further, that this program is also part of the EU strategy. So you need as well to make sure that your product is also aligned with other relevant EU regulations or policies and so on. Inside the core text, we highlighted to you which part of the strategic research innovation agenda that this topic belonging to, and we mentioned a group or a set of relevant EU policies and strategies, such as the Horizon Europe, the Green Deal, the Farm with Fork strategy, the Horizon Mission, and so on. You can use like a tabular form to match between what is mentioned inside the core topic or the PRIMA agenda and the product, like how your product are going to respond to those parts in the core text, and mention as well if there are any synergy between your product and other regional initiatives in the region. So far, if you noted that we didn't talk about the idea itself. Now it is the time to mention it under 1.3 in 2 parts. You have the first part, or let's say 1.3.8, which is the concept. You need to show to the assessor the main ideas, the models, and the assumptions of your project, the overall concept underpinning your project and your idea. Very important, highlight the interdisciplinary among your stakeholders, partners, their knowledge, and their roles. Again, if you have a consortium of 10 partners, for instance, okay, show to the assessor that why you selected those 10 partners, like you have 3 from academia, 4 or 5 from private sector, 2 policymakers, 1 NGOs, and so on, and how they are going to share their knowledge and to be complement with each other. This is very important. This will show to the assessor why you selected those partners. include measures for the public and societal engagement, especially in many topics for this year. You can see that we keep highlighting the engagement of the stakeholders, the public awareness, and so on, and capacity building awareness. So it is very important to highlight to the assessor how your project will be implemented on ground. Position your project like, is it from idea to application or from lab to market? And here we highlighted in blue, once again, a very important point that we saw that some very promising projects and proposal, they forgot to mention this, like the technology readiness level. For a successful application, we used to see that you have this table, like the starting TRL of some technology that you are going to implement or to use, and how by end of the project you are going to advance this TRL, let's say from TRL 4 to TRL 7, or from TRL 5 to TRL 8, and so on. So this is very important and crucial to present to the assessors the starting or the initial TRLs of your different technology that you are going to apply through your project, and the final TRL. Finally, describe for sure any complementary and synergy with other activities in the region. The second part, which is the applied methodology, how you are going to translate the objectives into a tangible result at the end. So you need to present the applied approach and the methodology, the state of the art of your project, and again, highlighted in different color. You just need to present the logic behind the work packages structure. You need to have, like, let's say, pages about the details of the activities and the action that you are going to do. But what is important, to show to the assessor the logic behind the structure of the different work packages and activities, and why you built this in this form. Distinguish between the different activities. It is like research actions or activities, or for demonstration, piloting, and so on. And describe the gender dimension at the level of your consortium and at the level of the beneficiaries or the end users and the stakeholders. The last part under the first section, or under the first pillar, which is the 1.4, how far your projects are going to go beyond the state of the art. So you need to show to the assessor the novelty of your project and the added value of your ideas. Show as well and describe the innovation potential of your project. Like, is it like a new product that you are going to introduce to the market, or a new technology, or maybe an old technology with a new application, and so on. Why you choose those technologies, like the advantage between this technology that you are going to develop and the other alternatives exist on the market. Okay. Are you still following me, or?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And last but not least is to mention the size and the nature of the tackled market. So these are some general remarks related to the first stage, the excellence. It has to fit for the scope. It has to be relevant, and the objective is logic, the soundness of the concept, and the credibility of the approach and the methodology that you are going to use, and the interdisciplinary approach between the different stakeholders and your partners. The second part of the pre-proposal during the first stage, which is the expected impact. It is a single point, which is 2.1. So you need to show how or what results that you are going to achieve at the end of your project. So it has to be clear and specific. You need to quantify KPIs and set a targets or values. Like, for instance, we are going to have a number of demo sites. Okay, mention how many. Like, okay, we have 3 demo sites. And mention as well the means of verification or the measurement, like how you can verify you achieve those predefined indicators. You need to classify those impacts into social impact, economic, environmental, technology advancement, and others. Define and quantify the target groups and beneficiaries, like small farmers or small producers, dairy producers, and so on. Describe as well how your product will contribute to the expected impact as mentioned on the PRIMA annual work plan. And this once again highlight the importance of reading carefully the call text. And don't forget as well the cross-cutting areas such as ICT revolution, gender issues, digitalization, and capacity development. And refer to PRIMA strategic research and innovation agenda. General remark or recommendations for the impact for the first stage. You have to mention the outputs clearly, and it has to be aligned with what's already mentioned inside the annual work plan. Mention the impact not mentioned even in the work plan, like we have our predefined expected impact in the full text. But you can as well exceed this and add your specific or your own expected impact of your project. Mention, please, briefly the exploitation and dissemination plan of your project and the communication of the results of your project. General remarks for the pre-proposal or for the first stage. You have two sections or two parts in the first stage. You have the excellence and you have the impact. Both of them with equal scoring out of 5. So please pay equal attention to the two sections, because we used to see that sometimes out of these 10 pages, some applicant, they devote, let's say, 9.5 page for the excellence and only half page for the impact. So, okay, you will get 5 out of 5 for the excellence, and you will receive a very low score for the impact. So this is something that we keep highlighting. We are not saying that it's going to be, let's say, 5 pages, for sure not, because you need to consider as well that for the excellence, you have 4 points to address. For the impact, it is only a single point. But what we used to see, but it is for sure up to you and your consortium members, that is going to be, let's say, 8 pages for the excellence and 2 pages for the impact, more or less. It is only 10 pages, so please use it very precisely and concisely. Don't waste spaces for the implementation and details. Quantify the action, the activities, the objectives, all these aspects. You can use tables, figures, and diagrams, but not extensively, to present your ideas. Present briefly the dissemination, communication, and exploitation plan. Show, as I said, the interdisciplinary with your partners, with your. Show the novelty. The novelty can be in the idea itself, or in the implementation, or in the way that you are going to present your proposal. And very important to show the networking and the synergy. I'm finishing with a couple of slides, like why do we fail? We try to list down here some of the most common reasons of failure, such as maybe the idea is not novel, or maybe you are using an old technologies, the low relevance between my brilliant idea and the topic that I'm going to apply for, weak consortium members, lack of expertise of the consortium, technical expertise or managerial one, unfocused approach or vague objective. That's why we highlighted to quantify and to have this smart objectives, unrealistic amount of work. So try to avoid the overestimation of your activities and the achievements, uncertain impact, over or underestimated budget, poor or unclear language. Last couple of slides, general remark, keep your title and acronym simple and catchy, avoid the too general background, especially during the first stage we are talking about. Register on the platform and not to wait till the last moment, as my colleagues already mentioned. You can develop your own checklist, read the guideline and the call text again and again carefully, provide all information, and keep checking the PRIMA website. The last slide, this is like the final takeaway, that the final say or the final recommendation. The engagement of the stakeholders and the end users is crucial for any project. So please make sure that you mention them and you quantify them and you characterize them. And this is not enough. Also, you need to mention how you are going to communicate with them. Like, I'm going to organize some interviews or focus group meetings, some events or whatever, in order to get their feedbacks or provide them my solutions. They will implement it and provide me back some results and so on. Show the relevance, the second takeaway, which is show the relevance between your product idea and the PRIMA Strategic Research Innovation Agenda, the call for 2022, the PRIMA topic, and other EU regulations, strategies, and policies. Justify, please, the applied technologies, why you selected those solutions. Justify the sites where you are going to implement or to install your solutions and its characteristics, the locations, and justify why you selected those partners. Because this partner from Egypt, they have a specific expertise in something. Other partner from Turkey, they have another expertise in another field, and so on. Check the numbering and the consistency throughout the different part 1 on the electronic picture system, part 1 document, and part 2, the pre-proposal, the partner orders, deliverables, objectives, the number of the work packages. You can invent some tools, diagrams, some charts to present your ideas. And in the afternoon session, we are going to share with you some useful tools from our side, but for sure you can still invent your own. You need to define measurable KPIs and quantify all your activities. Like if you say, I'm going to do some activities or workshops, how many workshops, how many participants, the types of the participants, what will be the output of this workshops, and so on. Before the submission, it is very important to revise your application and to polish it, to make it more appealing. So for sure, we are not talking about so colorful application, because maybe this is going to be so annoying to the assessor. But for sure, if it is not just like black and white application, just full of text, is going to be maybe more attractive to the assessor. Last but not least, because this is very, very important, especially for those who are going to apply for Section 2, please communicate with your national contact point to check your eligibility and to check if there are some requirements, like to submit something to the national submission system in your country, in Turkey or in Egypt or in Jordan. This is very, very important. Thank you so much for your attention and wish you all the best. Thank you. Back to you, Omar.
Thanks, Mohammed. Thank you so much for being on time. I guess all presentations were very clear, and I hope the information that has been provided, as I mentioned in my introduction this morning, is mainly based on our experience dealing with the evaluators and knowing exactly what they are looking for and what are their expectations when combining that with the call text. So that combination is the key for a successful proposal. And I think Marco, Mohammed, and Eda were very generous in sharing this information with you. As we mentioned also, that this recording will be available on our YouTube channel. You may refer to it at any time. You may also share it with other colleagues in your institutions. And of course, we are always available as PRIMA Secretariat here to answer any question or inquiry that you may have. We will break now for 1 hour, and then in 1 hour we will be back. And after we come back, we will have this interactive session, as I mentioned, for about 10-15 minutes, and then a session about how to write a PRIMA Stage 2 full proposal. We covered Stage 1, and then in the afternoon or after the break, we will cover Stage 2. So thanks for being with us. Thanks for the participation. Thanks for my colleagues, Mohammed, Marco, and Eda, for their valuable contribution. And see you in 1 hour. Good afternoon to you once again, and thanks for remaining with us and for staying with us for the second part of this info day and training on how to write a good proposal for PRIMA. As we explained before the break, we will start with a quick Slido interactive exercise that will be moderated by Mohammed. Please follow the instructions. It's very simple, very straightforward, and I'm sure many of you have already passed through this simple experience and very interesting experience. We like always to have this kind of exercise in our events, just to break the ice and to stay connected to a certain extent with you. So good luck with the afternoon session, and good luck with the Slido exercise that we will be starting our session with. To you, Mohammed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot, Omar. As Omar already mentioned, please feel free to scan this code with your mobile if you are using your mobile. If you are in front of your laptop or computer, you put here on the text on the chat the URL. So you can just press on this and it's going to open your browser. So you can join this interactive session about the Slido. We are going to share with you some questions, general questions about your nationality, your background, your previous experience with PRIMA, and also we will share as well some questions related to how to apply to PRIMA and something related to the morning sessions, just to see that if you were clearly engaged in the different activities and discussions. So if you are ready, so now we can start the interaction or the quizzes. So let's start with the first question about, please share your country. Like you put Turkey or Jordan or Spain or any other countries all over the world. And you can see directly the results. So it seems we have so far the majority from Turkey and then from Egypt. We have somebody from Senegal, more than welcome to join. Okay, so we have so far online 250. And you can see here on the top, the monitor 35 only enter their data. So please don't write it down on the chat because we will not see it, but use the link. If you cannot use your mobile, don't use it on the chat. Don't put your answer on the chat. Again, don't put your answer on the chat, but press on the link, or you can scan the code by your mobile. Okay, we will wait for a couple of seconds. Try not to write it on the chat because it will not reflect here on the slide. So use your mobile to scan the code or go to the URL. If you press this URL on the chat, it will open to you your browser. Okay, so far we have the majority are from Turkey. We have also some representatives from Egypt and from Jordan and others from other countries. So this is good. So let's go to the second question. We will be a little bit faster. We have 76 already answered, 82. It seems still some prefer to participate. Okay, so we can go because we don't have time. So the next question about your gender, just to know about the participants, male or female. Good, we have good representation from the female side. And as I mentioned in the morning, it is important to consider the gender balance. So for us, more or less, it is now balanced. So this is a good sign for us. Okay, so go to the next question. What is your background? Are you from academia or from research organization, from business sector, from civil society, policy? Okay, the majority from academia so far, almost half, 40% from research organizations. Okay, good. Okay, we can go to the next. Okay, it seems we receive more responses now. So have you participated before in any PRIMA previous call? You select yes, you participate and you got the project, or you didn't you participated yes before, but you didn't make it at that time, or you never participate. So around 75% are pretty new with PRIMA, which is something good as was. Okay, 100 response so far, so we can go to the next question. Have you participated before? If you participated, if it is yes, so are you participated before as a partner or as a coordinator or as a partner in some projects and as a coordinator in others? If you didn't participate, so you needed to answer this. This is more related to the previous question. Okay, so we have some who participated as coordinators, so this is good, around 20% of the participants. So you are familiar with the process and how to deal with building consortia, and so on. Okay. In which sector lies your expertise or your background? Are you related to the agro-food sector or the water management, farming? You can select more than one if you want, like if you are belonging to 2 sections or 2 thematic areas, you can select 2 or 1 or 3, whatever. Okay, it seems many of you select more than one field, which is good. Okay. Okay, so we go to the next question. Okay, what was your day objective? To know more about the program or the topic, to know how to develop a proposal for the budgeting or for networking with the peers. You can select again more than one option if you want. You know how to develop good PRIMA. Okay. So go to the next question. Are you planning to submit and to participate in the PRIMA call for 2022? Yes, as a partner or as a coordinator? No, you don't want to participate, or you are not sure? Once again, you can select more than one option. Maybe you wanted to participate as a partner and as a coordinator. Okay, good. So for those who didn't decide yet, we strongly advise you to decide, because the deadline, it's almost 1 month from now on. Okay. Then the next question about during the second stage, which of the following are the main sections of the full application? Okay, during the second stage, it is only the second one, which is here highlighted in blue, in green. This is the excellence, implementation, and the impact. The excellence and the impact, it's related to the first stage, but here we are asking for the second stage. So it's a tricky point, or tricky question. Okay, so not bad. Around almost half answered it correctly, so this is good. All the following types of actions are related to PRIMA, except, if you remember in the morning, we said that we have 3 different types of actions, if you remember them. So which one is not type of the PRIMA actions? Good, around 80% answer mobility and mobility action, 11 or 12 research and innovation. So let's see the correct result. It is mobility action. We don't have a mobility action in PRIMA, so 80% answer it correctly, so this is good. To have a winning project, what are the top 3 challenges from your perspective you think that you are facing it? Like you need help to analyze or to read the call text, to find innovative idea, to find the partner, to find to write competitive proposal, and you can select more than one. And here we are talking about the top 3 challenges. So maybe this can reflect as well on our future training, so we can devote more time for those challenges. Okay, writing competitive proposal, finding innovative idea, and finding the right partners. For finding the partners, our colleague Eda, she will cover this during this afternoon session. She will present a dedicated presentation about how to find a partner and to use the partnering tool. And now we will go to the quiz. So we kindly ask you to put your name or anything that represents you. You can put your acronym or actual name or surname, whatever. Okay, let's wait a bit. Around 65. If somebody still wanted to participate, around 80. Okay, I will start once we reach 100. Okay, so it's more or less 100. So we can go to start the quiz. It's a series of questions, and the challenge is to find the correct answer and to be the first to answer it. So all the following are PRIMA participating states, except there is one country here. It's not one of the PRIMA participating states. You remember that we have 19 participating states. One of those are not. Okay, done. Okay, so let's see the correct answer. It is Libya. Libya is not part of the PRIMA participating states. And Emil, she's the one, I don't know he or she is the one who answered it for the first in 7 seconds. So the second question, all the following are types of PRIMA actions, except this is a repetitive. So I think all of you will answer this correctly this time, but the challenge is to answer it before the others. Okay, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, fire. Okay, so yes, mobility is not part of the PRIMA actions. And congratulations for the second time, Emil, you answered it the first. Okay, the following sections are part of the PRIMA, RIA or EA for the first stage, except. So one of those are not part of the first stage pre-proposal. Is it the excellence or the impact, relevance, ethical aspects, or the ambition? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Okay. So it is the ethical issues, because if you remember that we said for the excellence, we have 4 points. For the impact, we have a single point. The ethical issue is part of the second stage, not the first stage. For the, we have Shukur, I think I pronounced it correctly, who answered it correctly, yeah. PRIMA, RIA, or EA is a 2-stage submission. This sentence, it is correct or incorrect? If you remember, we said that the CSA, it is a single stage, but for the RIA, EA, is it 2-stage or a single stage? Yes, it is a 2-stage. This is correct. And Porsche, you answered correctly. What is the page limit for the PRIMA application? Part 2, the first stage. We're talking about the scientific document, the first stage, the one that I covered during the morning session. Did 15 pages, 10, 20 pages, or there is no page limit? So finished, so it is 10 pages. Yes, 75% of you answered it correctly. And once again, it's Peugeot. You answered it correctly. Yeah. Documents to be submitted during the first stage are all the following, except you need to submit for the first stage. Part 1, administrative data. Part 2, technical application. Detailed budget sheet, the Excel file. Or the Part 1 online data on the submission system. Okay, it is done. Perfect. 66% answer it. It's detailed budget. Yes, because this is requested for the second stage, not the first stage. It is Shukur. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Maybe Eda will correct me later.
Shukru.
Okay. I think this is the last question. During the first stage, you need to submit the pre-proposal. Which of the following is not part of the excellence part? Okay, so the expected impact is not part of the excellence. It's a part by itself, but not belonging to the excellence. Okay. So Zafir, you answered it correctly. So that's it. Just you can write on the Slido if you have any suggestion for the future training. We will consider this for sure with all pleasure. So this is the end of this interactive session. And now we will go to you, Marco, for your presentation about the second stage submission and the full application. So to you, Marco.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. And it was an interesting game. I think that we saw that most of the participants already know PRIMA very well. I'm going to share now the presentation and put it on full screen. So we will be talking now about the full proposals. Obviously, we are not going to focus too much on the part one, the administrative part of the full application, because it's very similar to the pre-proposal one. What we're going to do is we're going to have to pay more attention to the technical part, that is the part two. And I remember and I remind you that for second stage applications, the maximum number of pages is 50. So you have more pages to elaborate on what you submitted at the first stage. You can write a longer proposal. That's why it's called full proposal or full application. Now, Mohamed already guided us through the structure of the pre-proposal. In the second stage proposal, in the bigger one, you have more sections. You will see that basically what you are seeing now on the screen, it corresponds to the structure of the template that you can download from the PRIMA website to write your project. You're seeing exactly what you will see in the document, okay? Now, the first two sections, section 1 and section 2, not the section 1 and section 2 of PRIMA, we're just talking of the section 1 and section 2 of the proposal, are the same as for the first stage, okay? So you have the excellence and you have the impact. So let's start from the excellence quickly. The same things that appear in the first stage application appear also in the second stage one. However, since you have more pages, you can elaborate on the initial idea and you can use more details, you can use figures, you can use tables, you can speak more basically about the project, about the relation to the goal, the concept, the methodology, how ambitious your project is and how it will go beyond the state of the art and so on. Now, one important aspect to remember is that you shouldn't change completely your project. Of course, you can provide more details, but the concept, the main idea, it should remain the same, as well as the objectives. Remember also that there is a rotation normally when it comes to the evaluators. So for the second stage, we try and bring on board a new evaluator to evaluate your proposal, to have a fresh perspective and to guarantee that there is some transparency in the process, in the evaluation process. However, of course, all the evaluators can go back and check the first stage proposal that you submitted to see if there have been any changes from the original idea, okay? So our recommendation is to build on the initial idea, but without changing it completely, all right? Now, for the section 2 impact, there are some differences when we compare the full application with the original proposal, okay, the short one. Now, we have already told you several times that it's important to quantify, to include indicators, to include targets, and highlight how you will measure the advancement of the project towards these targets, okay? Mohamed also told you, when you're talking about, for example, having workshops, always tell us how many and where and with whom. So you have to be very precise here. Now, for the section 2, obviously, about impact, I said there are some differences, okay? I'm going to show them to you in a second. Before I do that, I wanted to tell you that in the full application, we have 3 more sections. We have the implementation, where you will describe the work more in detail, how the work is structured, the different work packages. You remember that I mentioned this expression, this word, work packages in my first presentation, so I'm going to give you more details. You will give some information on the management structure, what kind of procedures, for example, you have in your consortium, in your project, to settle any disputes, any misunderstandings, any problems with the partners, and so on. In the implementation part, you will also speak about the consortium, you will provide information on the partners, okay, and the resources that you will use in your project. Section 4 is about the members of the consortium, so you have to give information on the expertise, on the experience of the participants, for example, a university from Egypt, a research center from Turkey, a company from Jordan. Here is the part, section 4, where you will present them a bit more in detail. And this is very important because it's like you're introducing the consortium partners to the evaluator, and you have to prove that there is no gap, there is no missing expertise. And then the 5th section, ethics and security, which will not really go in detail there because it's a very small, short part that you can see for yourself. Now, I told you that for the section 2, this is a bit different from the pre-proposal, from the initial proposal. Why? Because in fact, in the initial proposal, in the pre-proposal, you will highlight only the impacts of the project that are mentioned in the work program. When we talk about the work program, we are speaking basically of the call for proposals. So if in the call for proposals, you say that one of the expected impacts is, for example, to create new scheduling protocols for irrigation, in the pre-proposal, you will explain how you will reach this aspect. But in the section, in the second application, the full proposal, you can also elaborate on other impacts that your project may generate, that are not specifically mentioned in the call for proposals, okay? And here in this box on the right side of the screen, you see some examples. You can, for example, say what benefits your proposal, your project will have for society or for economy or for the environment. If, for example, it will create new market opportunities for the companies involved in the project or for a specific market. I mean, here you can add other impacts that are not specifically requested in the call for proposals. There is an additional paragraph which is called Measures to Maximize Impact. Here we are talking about the dissemination, exploitation, and communication activities. Now, sometimes it's hard to understand what is the difference between dissemination, exploitation, and communication. So I will give you some tips how to develop this part of the proposal, because it's not always clear. So let's start by saying that dissemination and exploitation activities, they are more directed towards specialists, okay, and users, so a specialist audience. Communication instead is normally for the non-specialists. So when you are communicating your project, you're addressing people who not necessarily are scientists or they understand science, okay? So these activities, the main difference is the audience. Let's start from communication because it's the easiest concept, okay? Communication has to be strategic, and the objective of the communication activities is to show to people in general, it can be, for example, even the general public, okay? Even your nephew, your sister, your uncle, okay? Even if they are not scientists, we want to demonstrate to as many people as possible that your project will have important results for society, for the environment, for the economy, and so on, okay? So you can also address, for example, journalists, you can address the media, the general public. Okay, so you have to prove that the funding that we are giving you is used for creating positive effects for the society, the environment, the economy, and so on. So in your full proposal, you don't have to include a detailed communication plan outlining in detail all the communication activities, but you have to at least provide some information, okay, on this. Then you can submit, if your project is funded, you can submit a communication plan, a real communication plan during the implementation of the project. However, don't forget to include information on the communication activities already in the proposal. You can say that you will have some press releases, that you can have some social media activities and so on. And also quantify again here what you're going to do in terms of communication. Give numbers, because this helps evaluating your project. Now, let's go back to the to dissemination and exploitation. These activities, we said, are addressing a specialized audience, all right? Now, dissemination of the research results of your project, it is directed to various types of stakeholders. It can be peers, what we call peers in academia, that is other researchers who are studying the same topic as your project. The industry, it can be, for example, they are interested in the technology that you are developing, or policymakers who could be interested in seeing how your project can have an impact on the policies, okay? If your project, for example, proves that wastewater use is safe for agriculture, it can have important implications also on policy. So this is dissemination, is making sure that the results of your project, it can be research findings, new knowledge, important technology developments, okay? All of these results can be discovered, can be known by interested stakeholders. Okay, exploitation instead is the real use of the results that your project generated during the project and even after. It can be for commercial purposes, it can be for improving the policies, it can be for tackling problems.
Marco, we lost you.
Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Marco.
Okay. All right. Can you see the screen as well?
Yes. But
Okay.
yeah, full screen. Okay, great.
Okay, for the exploitation, we were saying that this is basically the use of the results that the project generated for commercial purposes, for improving the policies and so on. So you first disseminate the result and then you exploit them. You make sure that they are used by the different stakeholders. Remember that the draft plan for the dissemination and exploitation of the results has to be included in the full proposal, okay? You have to include a plan and you have to outline what dissemination and exploitation activities will start from the very beginning of the project until its end. Let's move to the section 3. This is a section that you don't have in the pre-proposal, but you have it in the full proposal template. And again, here you will give some details on the work plan, on the work packages, on the deliverables that your project will create. Now, the first part of the section 3 is about the work plan, okay? So you will present the overall structure of the work plan. You will be explaining how long the different work packages, the activities will last, and you can use a Gantt chart or similar. We will explain what a Gantt chart is, but I'm sure that most of you know already what a Gantt chart is. Then you have to move to the detailed description of the work. And we will give you, you will have some tables where you can provide all the necessary details, okay? You can also use PERT charts or diagrams to illustrate the interrelation between the different elements, the different components of your project, okay? The different work packages, for example. Now, be very careful here. You can see some tips in the box below that come directly from what we hear from the evaluator, okay? So you have to pay attention to the structure, the logical structure of the project, okay? You have to explain if, for example, some work can be developed only after, some preliminary work has been done. You have to explain the timing of the work packages, the different stages in which the work will be carried out, okay? So highlight the interrelations between the different parts of the project, the different work packages, how they are linked, how they can build on each other, how some work that you have conducted in the first part of the project will feed into successive work, okay? Highlight the connection between the tasks, how the results from one work package can lead to another part of the project. Now, make sure also that you have enough work packages for conducting efficiently the whole project, okay? And make sure that the resources assigned to all the work packages, the time, the staff costs, and so on, are in line with the amount of work and the objectives that you have. Now, I'm not going in detail here. I think Mohamed later will present more in detail what a Gantt chart is and how to use it. But just for you to remember, this is basically a representation of the duration of the different activities for the different years of the project. Then Mohamed will give you more details about this. And same goes for the PERT diagram. You remember that I told you, try to visually explain the connections between the different work packages and how they are linked between themselves, okay? Again, Mohamed will give you a very interesting presentation on this. I told you that you will have some tables to highlight and resume concisely how the work activities will be unfolded during the project, okay? You will have this table that is basically the list of work packages. So you can give a number to the work packages to identify them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And you can include as many work packages as you need, okay? It is normally recommended, as you can see in this table, that you have a specific work package for the project management activities that is normally a responsibility of the main responsibility of the coordinator, but for sure the help of the other partners is needed, and another work package for communication, dissemination, and also exploitation activities, okay? This is a standard practice in all the project to assign a work package to each of these activities. Now, apart from indicating the work package title, you will indicate who the lead partner is. The lead partner is the partner who has most of the responsibility for that specific work package and most of the expertise normally. So it's normal that the lead participant, the work package leader for the project management, as I told you, will be the coordinator. For the communication and dissemination, it will be another partner of the consortium normally who is specialized in those aspects. And then you have the scientific work packages, which are led by different partners based on the expertise, okay? Now, person months. Person months, here you have to indicate the total amount of person months for the work package that will be dedicated by the consortium. And later, maybe this concept, for those who are not really familiar with it, will become a bit more clear because we have also an explanation of the budgetary aspects, and this concept will be outlined as well, okay? But it's the quantity of work that you need every month by the different partners to complete a work package. And then the start month and the end month. For example, in this case, these two work packages, they start from the very beginning. M1 stands for month 1 of the project, and they finish at month 36. But every work package can have a different duration based, as I told you before, on when you need the work package to start and when you need it to finish. For example, work package 2 could be instrumental for the work to do in work package 3. So maybe work package 2 will start at the very beginning, and then later on, the work package 3 will start. Then for each and every work package, you have these tables, okay, where you can explain, obviously you can provide more details than you provided in the previous table. The previous table is just a list, but here you can really explain in details what are the objectives of the work packages. You can describe the work. You can list all the tasks that you will carry out in the work package, okay? What is the lead partner of the project, of the work package? What is the different role of the participants? How all of them will be contributing to the work in this work package. And then you insert the list of deliverables with a brief description, because you have to explain what are going to be the outputs of this work package. Where, to what type of outputs, it can be reports or the validation of a technology or whatever, what will be the results of the work carried out in this work package, okay? And here you have a chance in this table to explain for each participant what is the number of person months that they will dedicate to the work package and so on, okay? It's a very straightforward table. After having explained in the different tables what the work package will be and the details, you can include the list of deliverables. Here, you have to group all the deliverables that will be created, will be delivered by the different work packages, and you can give some details about the type and the dissemination level. So what do we mean by deliverable exactly? What do we mean by type? And what do we mean by dissemination level? The deliverable is any output of your project, okay, that is important for reaching the objectives of the project, okay? It can be, for example, a report, it can be a document, it can be a technical diagram, it can be a software. Any of these outputs are considered deliverables, okay? So anything that you produce with your project, within the implementation of your project, can be marked as a deliverable. Now, we have different types to basically put them into categories to distinguish them. We have type R, as you can see, which is a document or a report. Then you have DEM, which stands for demonstrator, pilot, prototype, and so on. So for example, you are piloting a technology, okay? So you have, I don't know, a small plant for the treatment of wastewater or for desalination, or you have new type of sensors that you will use for irrigation. I'm just making some examples. And these may go, if it's a technology that is being demonstrated or piloted, you can mark this deliverable as DEM, okay? Then you have another type of deliverables, which is called DEC, which stands for dissemination, exploitation, and communication. You remember that we talked about dissemination, exploitation, and communication activities. We told you that normally there is 1 or 2 work packages dedicated to these activities, okay? And of course, anything which belongs to this category can be also considered a deliverable. It can be a website for communicating to a wide audience about your project. It can be some press releases. It can be media action or videos. Anything which is related to these aspects can be marked as a DEC deliverable, okay? Now, what is the dissemination level that you have to also include in this table? It can be public, a public deliverable that it's open and it can be consulted and seen and read by everyone. In this case, we call it PU, public. If it's confidential, if the accessibility of this deliverable is restricted, okay, according to some specific modalities. For example, it's a specific report that in order to be read, there are some specific conditions that have to be met. In this case, it can be marked as confidential. Or if it's classified here, according to the terms established by the Commission decision of 2001, you have to mark it as classified. But normally here, this is not very common. It's normally when there are some security issues related to the deliverable and so on. We are still in section number 3, in the section that we discussed until now. So you have outlined the work packages and the deliverables. So the work that the breakdown of your work activities and the expected outputs. Now you have to give some information on the management structure, the milestones, and the procedures. I know that it can be a bit overwhelming because we are sharing a lot of information with you, but don't worry, because we are going to share the recording, and also these instructions are contained in the proposal template itself. So when you are filling it out, you will also have the guidelines inside the template. Now, what are the management structure and the procedures? The management structure establish who is responsible for the management of the project, and the procedures establish how this will be done. Okay. Now, you have to describe how the consortium is organized, how the decision making happens. If, for example, you have some meetings from time to time to make decisions, to discuss some specific aspects, you have to also bear in mind that if it's a project with, for example, 10 partners, well, the level of complexity is quite high. So the decision-making processes and arrangements need to be appropriate, okay? You have to have a reflection with your partners and establish some mechanisms, some procedure that have to be in place anytime some decision-making is required for administrative issues, for technical issues, or for anything else, okay? So innovation management is part of the management dimension. This is also, let's say, an aspect that sometimes it's hard to understand because innovation is understood by different people in different ways, and also managing it. It can be a bit difficult to understand this concept. If you have, for example, a look at the box below, I provide some examples. Managing innovation is not just about having some agreements and some arrangements to manage the intellectual property rights, okay? It's also about how, if your project is developing some innovative solutions or technologies and so on, how you can handle this innovation to make it generate some results. For example, how, if you are developing a disruptive technology, you can think of transferring this technology to the market, okay? How this can generate, for example, profit or growth for companies that are involved in the development of this technology. So this is an example of thinking how to manage innovation that is growing within your project, okay? Now, obviously managing the project implies also managing risks that can, for example, think of the pandemic. Some projects, many projects tell us it's very difficult to go to the field to, for example, to do collection of the samples. Why? Because our administration, local administration, put in place restrictions for the pandemic and we cannot go. So since you know that we are in a challenging scenario, you have to think when you're drafting your proposal of any problems that you may encounter during the implementation, and you have to identify some mitigation measures, how you can avoid a risk or you can mitigate it, okay? And there is a specific table where you can indicate some risks that you think they may happen during the project and how you will respond to these risks. Now, again, it's very important that you that the partners communicate very well between them, that it's clear who is responsible for what and so on. So please pay attention to these management issues. Put in place also some structures, some procedures, some mechanisms that can help resolve any conflicts between the different partners, and make sure that from time to time you have some internal project review meetings, for example, with one representative for each partner institution, so that if you need to discuss, to decide some important aspects, everything is well planned and you don't lose track of how the project is progressing. Now, this is not part of the PRIMA proposal template, but it's normally a table or similar to this that is found in project proposals. Normally, this is these are the roles that when it comes to management structures are assigned to, for example, the project coordinator or the other bodies involved in the projects. We're giving you some example here. You can obviously think of different examples of management structures, but these are the most common, because normally you know that there's a project coordinator, okay, who provides the leadership in terms of scientific leadership, He makes sure that the activities proceed according to the initial plan, according to the proposal, that the objectives are achieved, and the coordinator is the main point of contact between PRIMA and the consortium. So when in the consortium there is a problem, for example, one partner needs a specific answer from the funder, from PRIMA, the project coordinator is the person who is in between, okay? He will be the point of contact between the two. The project coordinator cannot work alone, of course, because he or she is the busiest person in the consortium, and for sure he needs or she needs a project management unit or a project management office from the institution where he or she works to be assisted in the management of the day-to-day activities of the project. He needs also to have a team of people who can help him with the legal, financial, and administrative aspects, the reporting to PRIMA, because when the project is funded, of course, the consortium will have to report. We have to provide data, information, so that PRIMA can be sure that the project is being implemented correctly, okay? So of course, the coordinator needs to take care of all these aspects, and it's important that there is a whole dedicated team for this. You also remember that I included in the work package table a specific work package for management, okay, and for coordination, because these are very important tasks that take a lot of time of the coordinator. External advisory board, it is always recommended to identify a group of external experts or stakeholders who are not really working on your project. They are basically, they're experienced people from different backgrounds that they can have meetings with you from time to time so that you can tell them how the project is progressing. They know your project well, you involve them from the very beginning, you provide information if possible in the proposal about your external advisory board. And the important role of the advisory board is that they are seeing the project from the outside, but based on their experience and expertise, they can give you feedback on some strategic aspects and evaluate the project from time to time. They can tell you what is best for the project based on their experience, okay? And they can come from different background. They can be from, I don't know, from international organizations, from maybe some ministries, or they can be stakeholders. They can come, for example, from, they can be involved in farmers associations, consumer associations. They know how to, they will tell you, of course, you're a nice group of scientists, but if you want the project to really arrive to the potential beneficiaries, you want your results to be known by general audience, to be uptaken, this is how you go about it. So they can give you this kind of feedback to get a fresh expert look on the project. And then you have the technical steering committee that is normally a reduced version of the consortium, we could say. It's a group that involves one responsible for from each organization which is leading our package, or it can be obviously a group of representatives of the different organizations which participate in the project. And from time to time, as I told you, for the sake of managing the project well, you need to have meetings with them to make sure that the right decisions are made, that the dialogue among the partners is never interrupted, and that you have a good coordination of the project. Okay, so make sure that you have you think about having these management bodies in place. It's not about just science; it's also about managing the implementation of the project. Now, I didn't mention the milestones until now, but they form part of managing the project. We told you that we need reassurance that you can track the advancement of the project, and milestones are important for this, okay? Why? Because milestones are control points. This is how we call them, okay? Control points at different stages of the project. They're important because when you reach a milestone, you know that you have reached a substantial stage of the project, okay? So for example, there is a very important deliverable that you need, the validation of a specific technology by the users. I'm just giving you an example. That can be also that can coincide with a milestone. So when you reach a specific important stage of the project, you can mark it with a milestone. And of course, in the proposal, we have a specific list, a specific table, where you will specify what the milestone is, what is the related work package, and when you will reach that specific milestone, okay? They can be intermediary points as well that you need to reach in order to go to the next phase of the project. They can indicate a moment in which you have to stop for a reflection with your partners and see if any corrective measures or reorientation of the project is necessary, okay? It can be also a critical decision point, okay? Where you have to decide if you keep working in a direction or you change. For example, you can change the technology you are working on and so on, okay? It's basically a control point at a specific stage of the project. Means of verification instead, it means that you are indicating how that specific milestone has been reached and attained, okay? You can use indicators. For example, look at the last lines of the slide. For example, a laboratory prototype is up and running. It means that you verified that you reached that specific milestone. Or a specific software has been released and validated by a user group, okay, and so on. Now, this is the next slide is about the critical risks. I will not spend a lot of time here. Again, I mean, you have, you know very well what a risk is. And I mean, we don't have to spend a lot of time here, but it's self-explanatory. You can see that the risk, you have to highlight the impact, if it's low, medium, or high on the project, the probability, if it's low, medium, or high, that it will happen. And of course, you have to indicate, as anticipated, some risk mitigation measures to make sure that the effect, the impact on the project is minimized, okay? This is a very self-explanatory table. Again, it's just to recapitulate what is going to be the effort in terms of person months for each work package and for each participant, okay? So for each participant, you indicate the name and how much the participant will work in each work package. And then obviously you will have the totals per person, per work package and per participant. When we say participant, we are talking about the participating organizations, the project partners. There is another table about the other direct costs. Basically, you know that for the full application, you will fill out an Excel budget sheet, okay? But in the proposal itself, there is this small table where you talk about, you have to provide information on the other direct costs, okay? What are the other direct costs? We are talking here about travel, equipment, other goods and services that you will be purchasing and using in the project, and so on, okay? So for each participant, you will have to indicate how much funding will be assigned to each category that I mentioned, travel, equipment, and so on. And obviously, when, for example, you write that 15,000 euros will be needed by, I don't know, the Egyptian partner for traveling, you should also put some information in the justification cell. You see, you have to explain, okay, we need those 15,000 euros for example, 5 travels, 5 trips that will take place during the project in the different pilot sites and so on. So please explain why you need the funding and that specific amount of funding for each category that I mentioned: travel, equipment, goods and services that you may need for the implementation, and so on. Now, section 4 is very important. Why? Because here you are presenting all the partner organizations and the team member who will implement the project, okay? This section 4 has 2 paragraphs, participants and third parties, okay? Now, this specific part of the proposal is used to evaluate a specific criterion, which is called operational capacity of the consortium. The operational capacity is the capacity of the consortium, of the partners, to implement the project efficiently and effectively. So the information that you shall give here for each team member, for each organization, is what expertise they have, what experience they have, how complementary they are between them, how their expertise, by summing up the expertise of each partner, you will have a consortium that is able, that is capable of implementing the projects and reaching the objective, okay? So for each partner organization, you have to include the names of the team members, the main team members, at least a couple, and you can include a short CV, biography of the principal investigator, that is the team leader, is the leader of the research team from the specific organizations that take part in the project, but also mention at least a couple of team members, okay? Here you can write about the publications, projects conducted in the past, or achievement that are connected to the project that you are proposing, okay? So if you have a preliminary experience in projects addressing the topic of this call for proposals, here it's the part of the proposal where you have to justify how your experience and expertise is connected to it, okay? You can also, if for example, a specific participant will make available infrastructure or technical equipment that can be beneficial for the consortium and for the implementation of the project, you can also mention this information here. And now, I'm going to try, we decided to have this presentation a bit more brief than 1 hour, because of course, we're giving you a lot of information and you're tired, I think. Also, we can have maybe more time for questions later. So really, I'm going to present the final slides, just a couple more slides. It's just some general remarks, some information that we shared in the past presentations, but just to remind you what about the different evaluation criteria and how they are scored, okay? So we told you also that most of the calls for proposals that we publish are RIA or IA type of action. We have also a CSA this year. So it's not really to confuse you more, because all of these details, you can download the different guidelines for applicants and you have this specific explanation. But just quickly to remind you the different items, the different aspects that are considered when the evaluation criteria are assessed. Starting from the excellence, the maximum score that you can get is 5, okay? And here the evaluator will look at if your project is aligned with the scope and objective of the calls, if the objectives are clear, if the methodology is well explained, it's credible, it's sound, and so on. And then for the different types of actions, you have different aspects. We can just focus on the RIA-IA ones. Again, also my colleagues specified before that we are looking for the excellence for RIA and IA type of actions. We are looking at if your project will go beyond the state of the art, what is the novelty, what is the innovation, and a very important aspect, if your project puts together different approaches that can be considered interdisciplinary. And also remember that I told you it's very important to involve stakeholders from the beginning of the project, okay? Even if they are not project partners, because they are the beneficiaries of your work. They can use the results of your project. So in the excellence criterion, another aspect that we are assessing is how you are using the knowledge and the contributions of the stakeholders. Don't underestimate this aspect. For the impact, of course, we are looking at how your project will contribute to one or several of the expected impacts that you see in the call for proposals, but also some aspects that are not specifically mentioned in the call, anything else that can be relevant for the economy, the environment, the society, and so on. We are assessing also the quality of the dissemination, communication, and exploitation activities. So again, make sure that you have some partners who can really take care of these aspects in a convincing manner, okay? And then obviously, make sure also that when you tackle the exploitation and dissemination, you have expertise in the consortium people who are expert about how to manage intellectual property right, how the research data that you're going to generate will be managed, and so on. Okay. Quality and efficiency of the implementation. The maximum score is 5 again for the full application. And here we're looking at basically the information that you provided in the sections of the full application that I explained, section 3 and 4 mostly, that are not present at the first stage. In fact, the quality and efficiency of implementation is only evaluated at the second stage, and it is basically the evaluation of the work plan, the activities, how you are going to use the resources in terms of time allocated to different work activities, and also so person months, and also financial resources for each and every partner. The management structures and procedures that I just explained, the complementarity of the partners. I told you that it's important that you provide some information, some biographies, some information on the expertise and the experience of the partners, and most importantly, how they are going to put together their knowledge and expertise to be complementary, okay? To be like a family who can really contribute to implementing the project efficiently with the right expertise. Also, don't forget to justify the role of the different partners. You don't want to have a consortium with partners who are there just to reach a number. You want to have partners who have a valid role, who have their tasks allocated based on their expertise, based on how well they can do the tasks, okay? So don't forget to make this aspect very apparent, to highlight it. Justify that the consortium is strong because you have each and every partner is bringing an added value to the consortium and some knowledge, some experience, some expertise, okay? This is very important. Now, just to conclude my presentation, again, this is not part of the proposal template, but especially when you are drafting the first idea, when you're preparing a project brief that you want to maybe share with your colleagues or potential partners, it's good to have a table, okay, or to do this exercise to identify how the overall objectives and specific objectives of the project will benefit some specific target groups or final beneficiaries. How the results of your project can be useful for any economic sector, for any social category, and so on. And also, just another differentiation to explain what target groups are and final beneficiaries are. I anticipated that sometimes there is a bit of confusion because we use the word stakeholders, which is more general. But in this case, target groups or target users and final beneficiaries are more precise terminology. And we are making a distinction here about groups or entities that will receive a direct benefit from the results of your project, okay? So in this case, for example, you are going to develop some applications that can be downloaded on the mobile that predicts how to best use water for the crops, for the farmers, okay? So of course, farmers are a target group because they directly benefit from the creation of the app. They will download it on their mobile and they will be able to receive guidance on how to irrigate, for example, in the next week, how to use the water to save water and increase water use efficiency. So these are target groups. They benefit directly from the solutions, results that your project generated. The final beneficiaries instead are groups that they benefit from the project, but indirectly in the long term, okay? At the level of society or sector at large. For example, let's imagine that you're working on a project, okay, that will make, for example, it's an agro-food project, and as a result, indirect result of your project, the value chain, the agro-food value chain will be optimized. This will lead to a decrease in the price of the goods, the produce that is sold to the consumers, okay? So as an indirect effect, the consumers at large will benefit from a decrease in the price and maybe an increase in the quality of the produce, okay? So they are not directly affected by your project, but they receive some benefits from it. And these are the final beneficiaries. So again, make sure that you have very clear in your mind who will benefit from the project and to what extent, if directly or not. So this was the last slide of my presentation. I know it was long, but I tried to be a bit more brief than expected. And I finish here.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco. If you can stop sharing.
I'm trying to, just give me a second. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco, for this intensive presentation about the second stage. Just for all participants, don't get confused because this is for the second stage. This is the full application for the second stage. So only those who will pass from the first stage to the second will be requested to submit this full application. So without any further ado, I'm going to share my screen and go directly to the second presentation just to highlight the next slides. It's not part of the PRIMA official document, so you can use it or not. It is up to you. So this is very important. This is just for demonstration purpose. You can invent your own tools. You can do something different in different colors, different diagrams, tables, and so on. So let's start with some maybe useful tools that we think that we wanted to share it with you so you can use it. This can present your project in a better way or more comprehensively to the assessor to summarize the different activities, the different relation between your work packages, your actions, the outputs, the outcomes, and the final impact of the project, the time schedule of your project, and the impact from business perspective of your project. So let's start with some useful tool just to highlight, just for refreshment, the different stages or the application procedure that we have. So till mid of March, you need to submit the pre-proposal or the first stage, part one, which is the admin document, online forms on the electronic submission system, and a PDF that you can download the template from the PRIMA website. You fill it, and then you uploaded it as a PDF to the system. And part two, which is the pre-proposal, the 10 pages. So let's start with some useful tool that you can use it. As we said, and we will keep highlighting, this is just for demonstration purpose and not part of the PRIMA official template. So the first point is to highlight the importance of your project or the challenges that your project are going to solve. So maybe you can use what we call it the problem tree or the problem analysis tree to highlight, okay, you have the problem itself at the heart of your project, but for sure this problem will have some causes and some effects. So it is important to highlight to the assessor the importance or the impact of the problem that you are going to address, the causes or the root of this problem, and what would be the negative effect of this problem in the region. And then through your project, you are going to transfer this negative situation into a positive situation. So you have a set of objectives, specific objectives, and these objectives are related to some outputs and activities. And these outputs are going to lead to ultimate impact and outputs, outcomes after implementing these activities. You can see here that also it is important, and it's always very difficult to measure the impact because we are talking about something that can appear in a medium or a short term, in a medium or a long term after the end of your project. So imagine that you are writing a project right now on 2022, the project is going to start in 2023, and you are expecting the impact of your project, let's say in 2028, for instance. So in order to quantify and to measure this impact, you translate the impact and the objective into a set of indicators or parameters. Okay. The second tool that you can use it if you want, which is the log frame matrix. I think you are familiar with this term, which was invented like some decades ago, and they keep updating the template from time to time. But in this one-page LFM, for instance, you can summarize the whole project structure, the impact of your project, the outcomes, the different outputs and the related activities, the different set of indicators, the baseline, the targets or the value that you are going to achieve, the means of verification, and if there is any assumption or risks related to different stages. This is a very useful tool, as I said, because in a single page, you can summarize to the assessor what you are going to write in 50 pages. I will not go through this in details, but you can Google this and you can find several already predefined templates that you can use it to present your project. Another tool, useful tool, is the theory of a change. If you are familiar with this system, you are starting from the bottom of this pathway. So you start with the problem analysis and the rationale behind your project, different work packages and different activities that each one of them will lead to a set of deliverables or outputs, and these outputs will lead to some outcomes and then the ultimate impact of the project. And as we keep mentioning that, when you mentioning the impact of your product, it is important not just to address the impact as already mentioned under each topic, the call text, but also you need to refer to the SDGs, the PRIMA Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, any national or regional or EU priorities and strategies to make sure that my project are gonna to be aligned with its impact to the other regional or international standards. And then you put for sure the assumption how you are gonna to upgrade it from a set of activities to the ultimate impact of your product, and for sure any external or internal risks that you are gonna to face during the implementation. My colleague Marco already mentioned this in the previous slide, the risks, which is part of the second stage. This is very important. There is nothing that you need to hide because any project, any research project for sure will face a set of different risks like political risks, technical, scientific, managerial, and so on. So it is not a problem to have a risk because this is what is expected and this is the normal situation for a research project. But the art is how you are going to mitigate these risks through this contingency actions and the plan. Then other two useful tools that can present your project in a different ways. The first one, which is the Gantt chart, which is, as you can see, it is like a time schedule of your activities, different work packages and different sub activities or tasks under different work packages. And you can see here, they integrated as well the list of milestones and the list of deliverables belonging or to each corresponding work packages and different activities. As I said that you can invent your own tools, but these are just some examples to inspire you to invent your own. The PERT diagram, which is a diagram that shows the relation and the dependency between different work packages and different tasks, and you can enrich this like by adding the involved partners for different work packages to show the dependency between different work packages. This is just an example that work package 2, which is for sensor development, work package 3 for hardware development, and work package 4 for software development. And then you have work package 5, which is the integration of all outputs of all other work packages. Just to highlight, for any research project, you have horizontal work packages and technical and vertical work packages. Vertical work packages, which is the standard and the scientific activities, like to develop something, or you are going to install a demo site or building a living lab and so on. But there is another set of work packages called horizontal work packages or cross-cutting. For any project, we used to have 2 horizontal work packages, which is here work package 1, the coordination and the project management. So this means that any project should have a coordination and project management work package, and another work package for the dissemination, communication, and exploitation. This is another example of work package relation and the governance structure as Marco already presented in the previous slide. So we have the management team, we have the coordinator, the project management, the steering committee, the work package representatives, and the relation between different work packages and different governance structure inside your project. You can summarize the work packages and the starting date, ending date of each work package, the responsible partner, and the main deliverables. You can use this during the first stage because it's going to summarize in a short, in a briefly way, the structure and the logic of your work package. And you can elaborate this as well more during the second stage. So you can see here, it's work package 1, whatever the title, work package leader, and each work package should has a work package leader responsible to collect the data from different partners involved in different work package. And then you have a set of subtasks or sub-activities, the timeline. So this means that, okay, this task will start in month 1 till month 8 and so on. You can write the responsible partners or involved partners and the main deliverables. These are some useful tables that you can use it in order to deliver your message in a clear way to the assessor. So the first table, as I mentioned in the morning, that the relation between the project that you are going to have and the different core challenges, the PRIMA Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, the topic scope. So if you remember in the morning during this session about the pre-proposal, you can use this in order to summarize under the point 1.2 under the excellence part to match between what is mentioned inside PRIMA agenda and in the topic that you are going to address and how your project are going to respond to these points. Another useful table to match between or to show to the assessor the different technologies that you are going to use, its initial TRL, the final or developed solutions at the end, and the final TRL. So this will show to the assessor the advancement in the technologies and in the scientific part of your project. This is very important because, as I said, that this is one of the common success factor or successful factor for the winning proposal, to show that how you are going to advance the technology from low TRL to more advanced TRL. Another example, already my colleague Marco already covered this. You listed down the list of different target groups and final beneficiaries. Let's say small farmers in Upper Egypt and in Jordan and in Turkey. So what are their demands or the challenges, like they are facing some problems, and how your product are going to improve the quality of their life, like improving the efficiency of the production lines, decreasing the food losses, improving the productivity, and so on. Another example, and if you remember that, we said that it is important to quantify as much as you can. So if you said that we are going to have a website, so mention the number of this website or the value or the target. So we will have one website, we will have, let's say, 1,000 leaflet, we will have 4 workshops. And if I said workshops or demo sites or whatever, I need to put some characteristics to this item, like how many workshops, the target audiences, the locations, and the expected outcomes of this workshops. Last but not least, this is related to the previous slide about the list of work packages. Some other useful charts or diagrams. For instance, you can put some pie charts to present to the assessor the gender balance in your consortium members, for instance, or the budget share between the EU and non-EU participants in your consortium, or the budget distribution per work package. So for instance, for this part, the assessor are experts in your field. So in this case, they will recognize that, okay, work package 3 and work package 4, they will need the most financial resources to be fulfilled. So they will go to this pie chart and will see, yes, those consortium are really expert in this field because they recognize and they allocated it correctly, the budget and the available resources that they will have. Last but not least, and this may be related to the full application, the business model canvas and the business plan, especially if you are talking about a high TRL. So you are going to end your product with some commercialized product that are ready to penetrate to the market. So it is important to show to the assessor the nature and the type of this market, the target customers, and how you are going to approach such customers. So this is, again, this is a standard, and there are, if you Google this on the internet, you can download several templates that can help you to draft your business model canvas. It is a very simple template that you can use it. It starts with the key partners of your consortium and the external stakeholders. You have the customer segments or the external stakeholders or the end users of your project. the value proposition. This is the core or the heart of your application. Like, we are going to develop a set of demo sites, or we are going to improve the efficiency of the food value chain by 20% and so on. So this is the novelty of your project. The key activities. So you will list down here the key work packages or the main actions or the activities of your project. Customer relation. Okay, you will have a set of end users or stakeholders. So what is the relation between your product and them? And then you will have the revenue stream and the cost structure. So the cost structure, it's the budget that you are going to use, or the resource, the financial resources that you are going to use in order to achieve your objectives. And the revenue stream is covering the expected revenue from such commercialized product. Finally, you have as well the key available resources, human or financial, and the channels, how you are going to contact or communicate with your end users. Okay, this can be very detailed or can be very summarized as I'm presenting to you. So just some sticky notes, just briefly present to the assessor the structure and the logic behind your project. Finally, this is my last slide. You can present as well during the first stage in pre for sure, and you can elaborate it more during the second stage, the business plan of your project. So you have the summary of the business plan, the product description that you are gonna to develop. So for instance, for the topic of this year, for the agri-food, we are asking you to develop alternative source of protein. So for sure, you are gonna to end this with the high TRL, a product ready to penetrate to the market. So it is important to describe this product, market analysis, competitive analysis of your project or your products against the other available alternative, like it's going to be more cheaper, or it's more healthy, or it's more affordable, and so on. And in the second stage, you can elaborate this more by adding marketing and sales plan, budgeting and use of resources, financial projection, and the management and organization. Thank you so much for your time. And back to you, Eda.
Now I will make my presentation about how to build a winning consortium. So what is an ideal and winning consortium? First of all, to build a winning consortium, you have to, or you must get in touch with the key opinion leaders that are relevant in your field or topic. These are people who are trusted and well respected, who have influence with proven experience or expertise in their particular fields. You should set up a consortium that combines partners from various disciplines, and not just the discipline that you're working in, but other disciplines. And don't forget about the social scientists. You should have a balance of geographical balance, partners from the north and the south, as well as a balance between different types of institutions, for example, profits and non-profit partners, academicians and SMEs, NGOs, different types of partners. And each partner should have a unique role, and you should avoid redundancy. So you shouldn't just include someone in your consortium just because you worked with them before or because they're your colleagues and you like to work with them. You should make sure that everybody has a specific role and added value for the project. So what are the steps to building your consortium? First, you should establish a core consortium with high excellence. As I said, try to bring on the key opinion leaders, try to contact them and get them involved in your project. And this will be your core consortium. Afterwards, develop a plan with them. You will develop the scope, main objectives, and a rough outline of the project, not the details of the project, with just these main core group. And then after you've done this, you can bring in the rest of the partners. So you can use your network or the network of the core consortium members to bring in other people into the consortium to widen it. And you can also use the partnering tools that I will mention in a few slides. So I would like to give you some tips for finding your project partners. The first place you should look is your own social media. I'm sure you have, you already have some contacts working in your field. So maybe just take a look at who you are following, who is following you, and see who you can collaborate with for your project idea. If there are any networking events, face-to-face or online, try to go to them to find the right partners. Use your email as a marketing strategy. So if you have an idea for a project, or even if you don't have a clear idea, but you have a topic that you're interested in, write a short description and send this email to many contacts. Don't just invite them saying, oh, I want to write a proposal for PRIMA. What do you think? Write them an abstract so they know what you're talking about, so you don't waste time. So they will be, they will answer in less time. They will say yes or no in less time, and you can move forward more quickly. There are many online networks, which I will also present to you. You can join these networks, and also partnering tools. Again, I will present them briefly. So the first partnering tool I would like to present is the one of PRIMA. You can find this on the PRIMA website. This Find Partners tool works in two methods. If you want, you can post a partnership request yourself. If you have an idea of what you want to work in, or if you have a topic that you're interested in, you can post your partnership request. You can write your name, your details, your expertise, which topic you're interested in, what kind of partners you're looking for, what countries you would like to work with, etc. Or you can use the search engine to view the requests that have already been posted. You can search by country, by type of organization, by call topic. So if you have a call topic in mind, you can just click that call topic. If you're from a southern Mediterranean country, you will need a partner from the north, so you can pick an EU country, and this is how you can use the search engine. There's the funding and tenders portal. It's a free platform for participants and experts in funding programs and tenders managed by the European Commission and other EU bodies. You can use it to find partners among the participants in past EU projects. Again, you can filter by many things: keywords, organization types, and countries. There are many partners, potential partners that you can find using this tool, so we highly recommend it. And there is the CoreDis, which is the European Commission's primary source of results from past funded projects. You can find the project fact sheets or their participants' reports, deliverables. And since it's open access, you can find their publications. Again, this is a very useful tool. You can search for similar projects that have been done before, or projects that have been conducted, which will complement the project proposal that you have in mind. So we recommend to use CoreDis. The Enterprise Europe Network. It's one of the largest online database for business opportunities. You can search for business or academic partners to manufacture, distribute, co-develop, and supply your products, ideas, and services. It works in 3 steps. You can search the global partnership database based on your own criteria. Express your interest by telling about yourself, your organization, your project idea. Or you can simply network between partners. It's a very big network. It's active in more than 60 countries, and it has more than 600 organizations as members. The members are usually chambers of commerce and industry, technology, poles, innovation support organizations, universities, and research institutes. So there are many different types of organizations that normally maybe you couldn't contact, such as chambers of commerce, but you can contact them through here. And the EU partner networks, you will be able to find people that might like your proposal, and you can search for ideas. You can search for people who might want to be part of your proposal. There are currently almost 800 EU calls and about 7,000 EU partners on this platform. and you can just type your email and sign in and start using it. What we recommend is you downloading this guide for partner search. This is a guide produced under the framework of Bridge to Horizon Europe. It provides excellent guidance around the various partner search tools officially available in the launch of Horizon Europe. It offers applicants an outline to create a complete partner profile to be used for such searches. We will include all of these links in our presentations, which we will give to you after today. So you can just click on this link and download the PDF and take a look at what sort of partnership tools exist for Horizon Europe. And you can also contact the PRIMA national contact points. You will see the national contact points contact information on our website. So let's say that you've developed an idea and you've developed the core consortium, but you want some partners from the north, or you have enough partners from the north, but you need SMEs, you don't have private partners, or you don't have associations, etc. And you have a country in mind that you would like to work with. You can just go to the NCP of that country and ask them, tell them your criteria, what you're searching for, whether it's an SME, a research organization, an academician, who you would like to work with, what is your field of expertise, what do you want their field of expertise to be, and you can ask the national contact points to help you in providing a suitable candidate for you. There's also the Horizon Europe's NCP list. It's a very big list where you can find online. You can search by member states, or you can search by the type of NCP, which field you would like them to be in. So this is also another way we recommend you to get in touch with NCPs. As I said, we will provide all of these presentations to you after today, and we have all links to these partnership tools, so you can just click on whichever one you want to try. You can try it. We recommend for you to try more than one because you only have a limited amount of time to make your applications. But we recommend that you start with the PRIMA tool, because there are already some people who are interested in PRIMA calls who have already posted their partnership requests, so you can check those out. And some of you were writing in the chat your own contact details. Instead of writing it in the chat, please go to this PRIMA partnering tool and write your information there, so more people can find you. So this is my presentation. Thank you. Now my colleague Pau will present to you the financial.
Thank you for the invitation to this info day. So basically what I would like to speak about is the rules and the key points that you should take in account when you will prepare the financial budget, okay, before submitting the proposal. So the first thing you should know that its PRIMA calls follow H2020 rules. Okay, despite the call is launched in 2022, we stick to the rules of H2020. Okay. The second thing is that in our website you can find the model grant agreement that it states all the articles, and the second document, which is really recommended, it's the annotated model grant agreement, where you can find all the same articles as in the model grant agreement, but with examples. Okay, so in case you have doubts, in case you have some issues that are not clear, there are many examples and really well explained to state which article applies and under which situation. Okay, so my presentation will be focused. Yes, so I will describe what is an eligible cause and what is not ineligible, the concept of third parties, and finally how PRIMA as the reports and do the payments, okay, for the calls. Before I move to all the categories, all my explanation will be focused on the Section 1 rule, okay? For Section 2 projects, you should follow the national regulations, which are made by the national funding agencies, okay? So basically here, I will explain the Section 1, which is the H2020 rules, okay? So the eligible cost, we have 5 categories. Basically, the most important ones are the direct personal costs. The second one is direct cost of subcontracting. The third one, I will skip it because we are not see it in the PRIMA calls. The fourth is the other direct cost, and the fifth is the indirect cost. The fifth of them are eligible, okay? So the main difference that we should know from the beginning is the difference between direct and an indirect cost, okay? The direct costs are all the costs which are directly linked to the action, and it's easy to identify them because they can be attributed directly to it, okay? Such as a salary of a person who works in the action. And the indirect costs are all the costs which are also eligible, but are not easily identifiable and not directly linked to the action, such as, for instance, the cost of the electricity, okay?
Sorry, Pau, can you make the screen, can you launch it on full screen, the presentation, because we have some requests.
How can I do it? Here, cambiar de entrevista now,
yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I thought it was full screen. Okay. Yeah, so the first condition is that you should know that there are 3 types of reporting the cost. Okay, you can justify it as actual costs, which are the most common one, but you can also report in unit cost, and for the indirect cost, you can also, it's mandatory to use the flat rate. Okay. For the actual cost, I remind you that only the beneficiaries that sign the grant agreement and participate in the consortium are the only ones who can incur costs, okay? We will declare ineligible costs declared by beneficiaries who are not in the consortium. This could be obvious, but we have seen examples that we have received costs that are not incurred by the beneficiaries under the consortium, okay? Also, that should be according to the Annex 1, which is the description of the action, okay? And very important that you should fulfill your national law on taxes, labor, and social security, okay? The second category, which is also possible, is the unit cost. In certain personal costs, you can use it and to report it. So normally the formula is very easy because you have to report the number of actual units multiplied by the amount per unit, okay? And the third category is the flat rate, which is for indirect costs, which is a formula that I will explain later, which is 25% of the total eligible direct cost, okay? So going to the most important category, which are personal costs, because on average is around 60% of the budget, okay? So the standard case, it's all the persons who are hired by the beneficiary through an employment contract, okay? This contract must fulfill the national law and all the legislation under the labor agreement. But there are also other cases, such as natural person who are not hired through via an employment contract, but they have another contract. But they must fulfill these circumstances, which are they work in a hierarchical dependence under the beneficiary structure. The result of their work must belong to the beneficiary, and the costs to pay this person are similar if they were an employee of the company, okay? So when you calculate the personal budget, you should apply this formula, which are the hours work per hourly rate and plus additional remuneration, which it's also acceptable only for non-profit. Here it's very important to record the hours. So the hours work needs to be recorded in a time record. Okay, these time records are the proof that the hours reported are signed and approved by his or her supervisor. Okay, PRIMA can request this time record, so I recommend you to do it correctly since the beginning. And now we'll see how to calculate the hourly rate. Okay. So to calculate the hourly rate, you can do it through actual or unit cost, and it has been explained. The general case is in actual cost, but it's also possible in unit cost, especially for if you are an SME owner and you don't receive a salary. And there, in this situation, you must use the hourly rate formula, which is fixed in the commission, and it's stated in the model grant agreement in the Annex 2A. It depends on the cost per country. Okay. So the hourly rate, it's an easy division where the personal cost divided by the productive hours. So the personal cost are all the salaries plus the social security contributions plus other taxes related to it, okay, and are allowed to the national law. And the productive hours are the number of hours that an employee must work under its labor agreement. If the labor agreement is not clear or there are some exemptions, you can use the more recommendable amount, it's 1,720, okay? But the first condition that you might use is the labor agreement of your organization. Okay, so once you have the hourly rate and the time records, you will have the cost per personal cost. So when you will start reporting, you should take in consideration that the annual hourly rate is calculated for full financial year. So following this example, which the report lasts 18 months, and it starts the 1st of October 2019, and it ends 31 March 2021, the hourly rate of 2019 and 2020 can be used for each respectively year. But for 2021, as it has only passed 3 months, you must use the hourly rate of 2020. Okay, this is in terms of reporting, but it's important to consider this. The second category is the subcontracting. Subcontracting is allowed. Okay, you must always declare it as actual cost, and they must be described in the Annex 1, which is the description of the action. Subcontracting must be not essential. I mean, what we want is that the beneficiaries do most of the work. So subcontracting must be a part of the work, but not really essential. Okay. The third category is the other direct costs, which here there are 3 types of categories, which are the travel cost, okay, all the travels related to attend the meetings, if need be to go to visit demo sites, so on. The second is the equipment, and here it's important to consider when you prepare the budget the depreciation cost, or if you foresee to buy equipment. Okay, so you cannot declare 100% of this equipment if this equipment is not used only for the action and it lasts more years than the action. Okay, so you must use the percentage of annual depreciation that your country allows and the percentage of use of the action on these assets. Okay, this is important because here again there are many errors that the beneficiaries don't consider this correctly. And the third category under other direct costs are goods and services that you might use to buy for the action and are also allowed. Finally, we have the indirect cost, as we have mentioned. H2020 simplifies it, how to calculate them, and it's a flat rate of the total eligible direct cost, okay, where you have to exclude the cost of subcontracting, okay? So following this example that you have a public university which have 100,000 of personal cost, 20,000 of subcontracting cost, and 10,000 of other direct costs. So the three of them are eligible direct costs of 130,000, but when you calculate the indirect cost, you must only consider personal and other direct costs. That's why the eligible indirect costs are 27,500 euros. So the total eligible cost for this beneficiary to be introduced in the budget it would be 157,500 euros. Okay. So once we have explained the eligible costs, we move to the ineligible. Normally there are many other cases, but the most common ones are these that you see in the screen. The doubtful debts, the currency exchange losses, the excessive or reckless expenditure, and the deductible VAT. Here, PRIMA always pays in euros, so if the currency suffers variation, this cannot be declared as a loss or gain, okay? And especially take in consideration the deductible VAT, okay? So you cannot get benefit on it. So if your organization receives the VAT from the government because you can deduct it, you cannot include it as a cost in the PRIMA codes. And also all the costs incurred before the start of the action and after the end of the action are not eligible, okay? So only the 3 or 4 years of the action and admit the costs, okay? As you will prepare the full budget before the start of the action and some months before that you sign the grant agreement, so on, the budget can suffer variation, okay? So H2020 allows that you can transfer some amount to one category to another one, or to one beneficiary to another one, or to one, but always PRIMA should be aware of it. So the procedure is that the coordinator wishes to do some changes, he or she will communicate to us and we will inform if this changes substantially and if an amendment is needed or not, okay? This is an example how the budget looks like, okay? And here, very important, 2 concepts. The first one is of third parties. If you have a linked third party, they must be included in the budget under the beneficiary, okay, in a different row, and it has its own budget. And secondly, in the innovation actions, the profit organizations can only claim 70% of the total costs, okay? So please check in case you have doubts if your entity get profit or not, and you apply to an innovation action, which percentage is your organization, because we have also seen some errors on it. So this is important. Then I will move to the third parties. So the concept of third parties is quite easy. So it's a legal entity who carry out part of the action, work of the action, but they don't sign the grant agreement. Okay, so, and we have 2 types of third parties. The ones who are carrying out part of the work and they are described in the DOA, or they just provide resources, goods or services, okay? And each one of them follow its own article, okay? So on the left side, you have the ones who carry out part of the work through subcontractor or via linked third party, or on the right side, the ones who provide resources. Could be a contract or an in-kind contribution, okay? And here in this slide, you see, I will circulate the presentation, no problem. So here you see in a summary, which are the conditions that you must follow in case you want to introduce a third party, and how would be the eligibility and which conditions applies to each case, okay? But it's important that you identify under which article you want to set a third party. And finally, how PRIMA reports and payments are in our calls. So normally PRIMA will sign the grant agreement with the project selected 2-3 months after the publicizing the results. And just after the signature, PRIMA pays 60% of the total grant agreement. Okay. Then the first reporting period would be at the middle of the action, normally 18 months. And to report, the coordinator has 60 days, and PRIMA, after these 60 days, we have up to 90 days to always assess with an external evaluator and internally check all the documents that have been submitted. If the report, both technical and financial, are okay and approved, PRIMA can pay up to 30% more. And finally, at the end of the action, the same procedure, the coordinator submits a report, and if everything is fine and you have reached the maximum grant agreement, PRIMA can pay the 10%, which is missing. Okay, but please consider that there is a delay between the time that you submit and the time that PRIMA pays. So just to consider, just for your cash flow. Okay. So these are my main recommendation, and just keep calm, follow the rules, and everything will be well reported. Thank you very much. So if you have questions, I don't know if it's now or later. Maybe.
There's a question in the Q&A box.
They're basically asking if you could repeat the information you presented on slide 10 regarding
the equipment. Okay.
Yeah.
I will display again. So here, basically, for instance, you need to buy an equipment of 5,000 euros for some part of a demo site, for instance, no? That you need a special machine that costs 10,000 euros. But this machine can be used after the end of the action. So, for instance, this machine will be used in another procedure or in another way after the action, or you may use it to produce something else. So imagine that this machine lasts 10 years. It's life. So each year you can declare up to 1,000 euros, 1,000 per 10, 10,000. So if you use this machine 12% of the time for during 3 years, it means that you can only declare 500 euros per year. Multiplied by 3, it means 1,500, because this machine will work for the action and for another uses. Okay, so even though you have paid 10,000 euros, you can only declare 1,500 for the action. Okay, this is an example, but it happens that you might buy a machine or an asset and you can use it for the action, but for other users. And what it cannot be done is that the PRIMA grants pay more than it's allowed. Okay, this is to prevent that we don't grant and all the 100% of the assets if it has more use than the PRIMA action, I guess. And I don't know if it's clear.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I think there's another question. Please, can you tell us about the distribution of the fund on different direct and indirect? Well, I mean, here the distribution is free. What you should be aware is that there is a maximum per call, okay, which is stated on the annual work plan and each call. So then when you calculate the budget, you should be aware that the direct cost comes from a formula of the 25% of the eligible direct cost. So normally, you should adjust considering this. So the direct cost would be around 75% and the indirect cost would be 25%. But the distribution of the total eligible direct cost, it's free, there is no limit. Normally, the most important category are personal costs. But we have seen that, for instance, other direct costs could be significant if you foresee to invest a lot for a certain asset or certain technology, which requires a lot of funds. But normally, 60% of the budget is personal cost. I don't know if I have answered your question, Dr. Amal. Could you please repeat the cost returning of lasting equipment again? Give an example. Yes, I mean, here I can repeat the cost of the equipment. So the idea is if you foresee to buy an equipment, you should know from the beginning which will be the use of this equipment, okay? If it will be only required for the action or the organization plans to use it apart from the PRIMA call. If you used only for the action, then it means that it will be needed for a demo site, very concrete and very specific, so then you can declare 100%. But if you buy an asset which can be used in different hours, in different places and more years than the PRIMA action, then you should consider only declare the depreciation cost according to the use and the percentage that the machine or the asset authorizes. Okay, and just check it before you plan with your consortium which kind of asset or equipment you want to buy.
So are there any questions for any of us? Because we can take some questions for 10 minutes and afterwards we will have a break and we will separate into different discussion rooms because the afternoon session is for the national rules for section 2. So we will have 3 different meeting rooms, one for Egypt, one for Jordan and one for Turkey. So after the coffee break, you will each have to go to your own country's meeting room. But before we take the coffee break, are there any more questions? Please write it or raise your hand if there are more questions. I guess not. Okay, so we can close this session here